Shelby Hill. Guest of the gentleman the 16th, Doug at Linville.
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for another day of life, for this beautiful state we call home, and for the most important gift of all, your salvation. We ask that you continue to bless our state, and we pray for your blessings upon the family of our elected officials and in the room, and the minister to them and what needed for this day. We ask that you continue to give the medical community and the wisdom to make advances in the area of heart care. Please guide our leaders as they make decisions that will affect every aspect of our lives. Accept our overwhelmingly praise and for your love and your grace as we keep us safe in this day. In your name I pray, amen.
Amen. If all members and guests will please remain standing, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning by the gentleman the 16th, Doug at Mant.
Good morning. Will you all please recite the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Thursday, February 27th, 2020.
Gentleman the 16th, Doug at Linville.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman the 16th, Doug at Linville, asks unanimous consent that further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? The Chair hears no objections. Chair recognizes the lady from the 49th for an update from the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From special calendar to House calendar today, committee substitute for Senate Bill 240, Senate Bill 509, committee substitute for Senate Bill 529, committee substitute for Senate Bill 576, committee substitute for Senate Bill 686, committee substitute for Senate Bill 201, committee substitute for Senate Bill 583. From House calendar to special calendar today, committee substitute for Senate Bill 534, committee substitute for Senate Bill 571, Senate Bill 725, 778, 779, 780, and Senate Bill 572.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to proceed to the 7th order of business for the purpose of considering H.R. 9, memorializing the life of the Honorable Jody Smurl.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the House proceed to the 7th order of business for consideration for purposes of considering a memorial resolution. Are there objections? The Chair hears no objections. Would all members and guests in the galleries and all members on the floor please rise? Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have with us the family of Jody Smurl. Escorting our special guest into the chamber are delegates Rohrbach, Linville, Mant, Hornbuckle, Worrell, and Lovejoy.
Clerk will please report the resolution.
House Resolution 9.
Lady in the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the reference of the resolution to a committee be dispensed with and that it be taken up for immediate consideration and put upon its adoption.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, that the committee reference for the resolution be dispensed with, and that it be put upon its adoption. Are there objections? The Chair hears no objection. The committee reference for the resolution will be dispensed with. The clerk will please read the resolution.
Whereas Jody Smurl was born in Mobile, Alabama on August 30th, 1935, to the late Raymond Booth Guthrie and Emma Jean Cole Guthrie. And whereas Jody was married to her devoted husband of 64 years, Dan W. Smurl, and they were the proud parents of two sons, Thomas Booth Tommy Smurl and Daniel Marvin Danny Smurl. She was also grandmother to three granddaughters, Dr. Sidney Smurl McElroy, Julia Taylor Smurl, and Riley Booth Smurl, who was born on the same day 67 years later, and two great-granddaughters, Charlotte Gale and Cooper Renee McElroy. And whereas Jody was a proud graduate of Auburn University, and she was a true Southern gentlewoman. And although she was an avid Marshall University supporter for many years, she also possessed unwavering support for her alma mater, and one of her favorite activities was visiting and attending sporting events as an Auburn Tigers alumni. And whereas Jody was a member of First Presbyterian Church, and she was a member of many organizations, including the League of Women Voters, Triad, Big Green Club and Foundation, Huntington Museum of Arts, Friends of Public TV, Ivy Club, Regency Club, Kentucky Colonel, Friends of the Library, Rotary Anns, Board of Directors, the KYOWV, Goodwill Industries, former president of the Huntington Women's Club, Board of Directors for Green Acres Regional Center, YWCA, YMCA, and a former member for many years and former vice president of the Huntington Cabell Republican Women. She also received the Outstanding Woman of Huntington Award in 1974 and 1976. And whereas Jody G. Smurl was first elected to the West Virginia House of Delegates from 1966 to 1972, elected again in 1984, and 1994 to 2002, serving 19 years and becoming the most re-elected woman in the House at that time. She was also elected 3 times to be a delegate to the Republican National Convention. And whereas Jody's interruptions in public service were not due to her inability to be elected by the citizens of Cabell County, as she was always very popular in her district, but because her husband's career required relocation of the Smurl family. And whereas Jody was an effective legislator, and with her Southern drawl and classy demeanor could gracefully and effectively point out others' errors and bad policy with such grace and aplomb that when she was finished, most would thank her for pointing out their error. And whereas Jody was able to effectively carry herself in the men's world of the legislature in the early part of her legislative career with benevolence and tolerance, yet did not suffer fools lightly. She was self-assured and would not hesitate when the need arose to stand up for herself or others. And whereas Jody was an independent sort who judged for herself the merits of legislation and public policy without precondition, and even as a loyal Republican and supporter of conservative values, she did not hesitate to advance unpopular positions in her party. And whereas Jody was also a kind person and was always friendly and solicitous to all and without equivocation, and was a favorite member of the House staff who had the pleasure to work with her during her distinguished legislative career. And whereas Jody will also be remembered for her commitment to the great state of West Virginia and her unwavering determination to stand up for those she represented. And whereas, sadly, the Honorable Jody G. Smurl passed away on Tuesday, November 26, 2019, with her husband and sons by her side. And whereas Jody Smurl will be sadly missed by her family and those whose lives she touched, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Delegates that the House of Delegates hereby memorializes the life of the Honorable Jody G. Smurl, dedicated wife, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and public servant. And be it further resolved that the House of Delegates hereby extends its sincere sympathy at the passing of the Honorable Jody G. Smurl. And be it further resolved that the Clerk of the House of Delegates forward a copy of this resolution to the family of the Honorable Jody G. Smurl.
The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution just read by the clerk. A roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The clerk will also record the votes of those members escorting our guests onto the floor of the House today as having voted in the affirmative. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the resolution adopted. The House will please be at ease while the chair presents the resolution. Members and guests may be seated. Introduction of guests. The gentleman of 66, Doug Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two introductions today. First, very pleased to have paging for us today Meadow McDougall. Meadow, if you please stand. Meadow comes to us all the way from the Eastern Panhandle, Curtisville, West Virginia. Meadow is a sophomore at Jefferson High School in Shenandoah Junction. She's accompanied here by her parents in the West Gallery, Matt and Michelle, along with her sister Lily. If they would please stand along with Meadow, and would the House please make them welcome. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize representation from the West Virginia Child Advocacy Network, the West Virginia Foundation for Rape Information and Services, the West Virginia Coalition Against Domestic Violence, as well as the Prevent Child Abuse West Virginia, who are in both the North and the West Galleries. If those representatives would please stand. Mr. Speaker, it's not every day that we get to see the fruit of our labor or the impact of the bills that we pass. Today, I'm happy to report a success story of how legislation, collaboration, and determination resulted in a brighter future for our West Virginia youth. These advocates for survivors of sexual assault and abuse here today have served as key leaders in the West Virginia Task Force on the Prevention of Child Sexual Abuse, alongside the Senate and House Education Committees, the State Department of Education, and many other agencies, advocates, and educators. This task force, you may recall, was established by House Bill 2527, or Aaron Marin's Law, in 2015. On your desk, you will see a final report from this task force, culminating from several years of diligent efforts from 5 action groups. I encourage you to review the information enclosed and would like to draw your attention to the policy action group recommendations. Mr. Speaker, it's up to us to help end the shame and stigma attached to survivors of childhood sexual abuse. Also on your desks, you will see a yellow pen with the word SHINE on it. SHINE is a national campaign with West Virginia roots to help change the conversation about child sexual abuse, bringing it out of the shadows and into the light. Our greatest goal is to strive to ensure all West Virginia kids can shine. I hope you will join me in wearing this pin today and to stand in solidarity with Child Advocacy Center staff and sexual assault and domestic violence advocates across our great state to be beacons of hope for all survivors. And would you please join me in welcoming these advocates for the most vulnerable among us.
The gentleman to 6, Doug Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. In the South Gallery today, I'd like to introduce, if I could, some folks that have come all the way down here from Tyler and Wetzel County. If they'd stand, I want to give you a little bit of background. I'll introduce the mom and dad first, Tim and Becky Flint, and beside them is their son, Zach, who is a success story. He is a recovering addict, hopelessly, it seemed like, for a long time, addicted to meth. But today he's working, he's clean, and I'm honored to introduce him today. Would you make him feel welcome, please?
The gentleman to 5th, Doug Pethel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I have officials here from the town of Pine Grove in Wetzel County. They're in the South Gallery, and as I call their name, I'd ask that they please stand. The mayor of Pine Grove, Richard Price. His wife is with him, Ashley, and their son, Trayton, and daughter, Shayna. I'd ask they all please stand and the House make them welcome. Thank you very much.
The gentleman from 56, Doug Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Visiting from Mineral County today in the North Gallery, we have Deanna Rock, Family Court Judge and President of the Family Court Judicial Association. If she would stand and the House make her feel welcome.
The gentleman of the 7th, Doug Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've got several pages today from St. Mary's High School. We've got Kyle Jones, Mariah Evans, and Emily Hadley, and they're chaperoned today by their parents up in the West Gallery, and I'd ask that they please stand and that the House give them a warm welcome. Welcome to the Capitol.
The gentleman of the 35th, Doug Capito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everybody. In the West Gallery, we're very lucky to have two West Virginians that you may have read about in the news. In November of this last year of 2019, Cambria Cheveco was playing around in the yard of a restaurant after a meal with her family, and she, by accident, of course, slipped into a grease trap of that restaurant. Her brave mother, Kara, who is with her today as well, reached down into that grease trap while the two boys that were with her sat on her legs and grabbed her daughter from that grease trap and pulled her out. God bless that family that day, and I'm sure glad that He did. I'm glad that they can be here today in support of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 240, and while they may not be here for its final passage today, I'm glad that they're here today to cheer us on and ensure that we move forward with it. So if they would stand in the West Gallery, I'd appreciate it if everybody would make them welcome.
The gentleman of the 22nd, Doug Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Lincoln County delegation and the North and South Galleries, we have Lincoln County seniors from Lincoln County High School. Would you guys please stand, and will the House please make them feel welcome?
The gentleman of the 59th, Doug Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Boy, howdy, great googly moogly, and for sure and for certain. I am pleased to introduce in the North Gallery my shirt-tail cousin, my wife's first cousin, Kathy Kraus, candidate for West Virginia State Senate, also known affectionately as Footsie, and who introduced my bodacious wife Cheryl to me. May you give her our honor.
The gentleman of the 42nd, Doug Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Lavender Bowe and I, we've got 3 pages today, if they'll stand when I call their name. From Greenbrier East High School, Jared Schaffner. And from Eastern Greenbrier Middle School, Jules Schaffner and Sarah Armstrong. They're escorted today up in our West Gallery. If they'll stand, Justin Schaffner and Brent White. Will the House please make them welcome?
The gentleman of the 23rd, Doug Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have with us 4 pages today from Whitesville Elementary. I think a couple of them are out here working. If they would stand to be recognized, we have Ariana Halstead, Bailey Huffman, Gavin Burdett, and Chase Mills, and they are accompanied by chaperones who are located in the West Gallery, Kayla Huffman, Loretta and Larry Kinder, Janie Belcher, and Jared and Laura Burdett. If they would all stand in the House, please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman of the 35th, Doug Scaff.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, everyone. I have 2 announcements. First up in the North Gallery, I have a past president of the Family Court Association and current Family Court judge from Kanawha County. So on behalf of all my colleagues here in Kanawha County, let's give a big warm welcome to Judge Ken Ballard. And my second announcement, thank you, Mr. Speaker, is a good friend of mine who you might recognize this friendly face in the South Gallery. He had delivered your news and always said it was either sunny or wintry or rainy conditions. But he is Jim Barrick, and he is a candidate for the 36th District. He's here overseeing today's business. And let's make Jim Barrick, former weatherman, feel welcome.
The gentleman the 30th, Douglas Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always like to see young people down here advocating for issues that are important to them, and particularly when there are young women. There are two in the back here from Park Junior High. If those young ladies would stand for me, please. This is Emma Taylor and Candace Clarker, and they're down here to talk about an issue that they did their social studies project on, and the gentleman from 31st placed something on your desk to look at. And the project is Pink is the New Green, and that for comparable products, the ones that are targeted at girls and women actually cost more. So you'd be probably shocked to find that out. So you might take a look at that the next time you get to the grocery store. So their project was first in school, first in the county, and they move on to regionals on March 7th. So we thank them for their work and their advocacy, and if the House would make them feel welcome, please.
The gentleman the 55th, Douglas Spinagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House is, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but there's a bunch of Spinaugles in the House here today. I know. Up there in the South Gallery is my wife, Tasha. Will she please stand? My mom, Kathy. Will she please stand? And last but not least, my father, George, who the last time he was down here saw me getting sworn in. And I told him, if you want to see any more floor action, you better come down here pretty soon. So, Dad, will you stand up? Will the House please make them welcome?
The gentleman the 27th, Douglas SHOTT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegates serving Mercer County, I'm pleased to introduce two groups. I know we introduced as a group members for the Child Advocacy Centers, but I would like to specifically recognize two from our Child Protective Mercer County, which do a terrific job. The Executive Director, Shiloh Woodard, and Beth Sizemore, and they are in the West Gallery. Would you please stand, and House make them especially welcome today. And Mr. Speaker, we also have a group from that serves not only Mercer but Monroe, Pocahontas, and Greenbrier County from the Family Refuge Center. That they are Rita Griffith, Pamela Dale, and Chasen Taylor. And I'd ask that they stand and the House make them welcome as well. Thank
you. The gentleman the 20th, Douglas Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the House today, I have a friend and special guest. She is the sitting family court judge for Mingo County. So on behalf of myself and Mark Dean, I will ask Sabrina Deskins to stand up in the North Gallery, and the House recognize her and welcome to Charleston.
The gentleman the 50th, Douglas Angelucci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegates CAPITO and Longstreth in the South Gallery, we'd like to welcome Michelle McCord, Petra Thompson, and Rachel Pellegrino from HOPE. Appreciate the work that they do for victims of domestic violence.
The gentleman the 16th, Douglas Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the delegates from Cabell County today, I want to introduce in the South Gallery a very special guest of ours, actually sitting next to the Sponoggles. We have my magistrate, Mike Wolfel, on behalf of the West Virginia Magistrate Associations, which he is president of. Please make him feel welcome.
The gentleman the 19th, Douglas Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to announce we have a special member of the court system with us today, and he's a circuit judge in Putnam County. His name is Phil Stowers. Phil, if you would stand, you're in the North Gallery. House, please make him welcome.
Lady in the 51st, Douglas Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I can ask a moment from the body. We had a tragedy in Mon County early this morning. We have a 21-year-old that was shot and killed right outside of his apartment on WVU's downtown campus. This is someone's child. This was a member of our community. so young. The gun violence must stop. If we can have a moment, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the House will observe a moment of silence. The Chair would ask all members and guests in the galleries to please rise as the House observes a brief moment of silence in commemoration of the events in Morgantown of last night. Members and guests may be seated.
Thank you. Eric Smith, rest easy.
The lady in the 51st, Dr. Fleshour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Domestic and Sexual Violence Awareness Day, and I'm really pleased that I think it's kind of fitting that one of our female legislators who was a heroine when it comes to working on those issues, Jody Smurl, was honored today. That meant that we could not have a citation ceremony for the many centers that are here today. But I'd like to read you a little bit from the citation. During the fiscal years 2017 to 18, 14,194 individuals were served by one or more of the 14 licensed domestic violence programs in West Virginia, 6 of which also provide rape crisis services. Whereas last year, the services, crisis intervention services, experienced a 159% increase in hotline calls that were answered through state funding, providing 1,719 prevention programs to nearly 17,000 students and residents. All people have a right to be safe in their home, school, workplace, college campus, and community. On average, nearly 20 people per minute are physically abused by an intimate partner in the United States. During 1 year, this equates to more than 10 million women and men. 1 in 6 women and 1 in 22 men in West Virginia will be victims of an attempted or completed forced rape. Mr. Speaker, it's kind of sad that today one of their priority bills was slowed down. But let's hope that it's only a temporary delay and that we will be able to pass Senate Bill 201 as quickly as possible. Will the members of all of those different all of the different programs please stand and the House thank them for their committed service to this state. Thank you for coming down here today.
The lady in the 65th, Doggett Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of those organizations, there was a bit of a verbal tug of war, if you will, between myself and the gentleman from the 61st as to who was going to introduce this organization. And luckily for us all, I'm very scrappy, so I did in fact prevail. And which means I have the distinct honor of introducing our warriors of justice, our advocates of survivors, Katie Spriggs, Nicole Rome, and Mary Catherine Francisco from the Eastern Panhandle Empowerment Center. So, on behalf of the Eastern Panhandle delegation, and of course the guy in front of me, we welcome you to the People's House, and will this body please stand again and make them feel welcome.
The gentleman, the 43rd, Doggett Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Hartman and myself, we have several introductions today. In our South Gallery, we have 2 representatives from the Centers Against Violence. In Elkins, we have Megan Ferris and Cindy Morgan, if they would please stand. And the House, please make them feel welcome. Also, Mr. Speaker, in our West Gallery, we are joined by Margot Evick, who is the director of the Randolph Tucker Children's Advocacy Center. If she would please stand, and the House please make her feel welcome. And I would also like to just congratulate and thank you all for all the hard work you do for the children and everyone in this state. Thank you.
The gentleman of 36, Doug Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two announcements today, or two introductions today. On behalf of all of us representing Kanawha County, we have one of our esteemed family court judges, Judge Lyra Van Meter. If the House would stand and make her feel welcome. Also, on behalf of myself and the finance chair, I'd like to make all our judges in the House feel welcome today. Thank you.
The gentleman of 37, Doug Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegates representing Kanawha, Boone, and Clay County, Mr. Speaker, we have some friends from the YWCA Resolve Family Abuse Program. I believe they're in the South Gallery. Now, as I say their names, would you please rise? Brandy Reese, Cassie Province, Tacita Hartley, and Jason Sovine. And would the House please make them feel welcome?
The gentleman of 51st, Doug Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegates from Monongalia, Preston, and Taylor counties, we have the RDVIC here that represents those counties. If those folks would please stand, they do a great job for their area, and would the House give them a warm welcome? Thank you.
Are there further introductions? If not, report to standing committees.
Your Committee on Finance has had in consideration House Bill 4021 Budget Bill, making appropriations of public money out of the Treasury in accordance with Section 51, Article 6 of the Constitution. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Energy has had in consideration House Concurrent Resolution 12, Feasibility Study of Extracting Rare Earth Elements from Coal Ash. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute be adopted, that it be referred to the Committee on Rules.
The report will be received. The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had in consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 288 relating to family planning and child spacing, Senate Bill 641 allowing West Virginia CHIP flexibility in rate setting, Senate Bill 647 permitting physicians' assistants and advanced practice registered nurses issue do not resuscitate orders, Senate Bill 747 requiring Bureau for Public Health develop diabetes action plan, and Senate Bill 748 increasing awareness of palliative care services. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that each do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had in consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 575 designating local fire department as safe surrender site to accept physical custody of certain children from lawful custodian, Senate Bill 664 adding physician's assistant to list of medical professionals capable of determining if individual lacks capacity, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 689 enacting requiring accountable pharmaceutical transparency, oversight, and Reporting Act, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 746, providing contracted managed care companies access to uniform maternal screening tool, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 749, requiring fatality and mortality review team share data with CDC, Senate Bill 767, relating to licensure of hospitals, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 770, revising requirements for postdoctoral training. Reports the same back with the recommendation that each do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had in consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 787, providing benefits to pharmacists for rendered care, reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report to be received pursuant to Rule 80. Bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 125, prohibiting victim from being subjected to certain physical examinations for sexual offenses, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 144, creating misdemeanor penalty for making materially false statement in course of misdemeanor investigation. Reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that each do pass as amended.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 208, protecting consumers from unfair pricing practices during state of emergency, Senate Bill 510, making permanent land reuse agency or municipal land bank's right of first refusal on certain tax sale properties, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 522 relating to compensation awards to crime victims, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 692 clarifying persons indicted or charged jointly for a felony offense can move to have separate trial. Reports the same back with recommendation that each do pass.
The report will be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. Messages from the executive.
Delegate Henshaw, Mr. Speaker, presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising that on February 27, 2020, he approved House Bill 4030.
The message will be received. Message from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announced that the Senate has passed with amendment Committee Substitute for House Bill 2338, allowing the owner of an antique military vehicle to display alternate registration insignia.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that Committee Substitute for House Bill 2338 be taken up for immediate consideration. Are there objections? The chair has no objections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2338, the purpose of the bill is to allow the owner of an antique military vehicle to display alternate registration insignia. The Senate amendment rewords and clarifies the original intent of the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment to Committee Substitute for House Bill 2338. This is a debatable question. Are there members who wish to speak to the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the motion adopted. The House has concurred in the Senate amendments to Committee Substitute for House Bill 2338. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 2338.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed the Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 4411 relating to the West Virginia Residential Mortgage Lender, Broker, and Servicer Act.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed with the title amendment and changed the effective date to passage on House Bill 4477, West Virginia Mutual to Mutual Insurance Holding Company Act.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration. Are there objections? The chair has no objections. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate just amended the title to make it more comprehensive. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate title amendment.
The question before the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate title amendment to House Bill 4477. Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The House has concurred in the Senate title amendment. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the Senate and concurred to by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill become effective from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of that motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message of the Senate.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 4600 relating to the definition of the term member regarding distributing premium tax proceeds.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 4661 relating to the powers of the Public Service Commission and the regulation of natural gas utilities.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed the Senate has adopted House Concurrent Resolution 124 extending the Committee of Conference relating to consideration of committee substitute for House Bill 4275.
The message will be received.
The Senate has adopted Senate Concurrent Resolution 50 requesting DEP and Commerce Department research constructing lake where headwaters of Guyandotte and Coal Rivers meet.
The message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Are there further messages from the Senate? If not, resolutions introduced.
House Concurrent Resolution 125 requesting a Joint Committee on Government Finance study the benefits of creating a West Virginia State Bank.
The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary, then the Committee on Rules. Are there further resolutions? If not, petitions, motions, bills introduced.
House Bill 4975 making a supplementary appropriation to the School Building Authority Debt Service Fund.
The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 4976 making a supplementary appropriation to the School Building Authority.
The bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance. Are there further bills introduced? If not, any unfinished business? If not, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due to the fact that the family for committee substitute for Senate Bill 240 has traveled to Charleston today for final passage, subject to announcements, I move the House stand in recess for 10 minutes for the Rules Committee to meet.
Question before the House is that we take a 10-minute recess subject to announcements. Are there announcements? Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Rules will meet immediately behind the chamber.
Gentleman, the 22nd, Doug Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By way of announcement, I'd like to introduce our doctor of the day. Is Matthew Delacana from Princeton, West Virginia, if the House would make him welcome.
Questions on the motion that the House take a 10-minute recess? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The House will be in recess for 10 minutes. The Rules Committee, please assemble in the back of the chamber.
Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. And with those on the floor and our guest in the gallery, please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Reverend Mitchell Bias. He's with the Regional Church of God in Del Barton, West Virginia. And then please remain standing as we are led in the pledge this morning by the senior senator from the 5th District, Pastor Bias.
Let's bow for prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you in the name of your Son, Jesus, to seek your wisdom and justice and righteousness in these days, both for our state and our nation. We know any greatness that we have comes from your presence among us. You, Heavenly Father, are our most valuable resource and our most treasured relationship. As our national motto proclaims, in God we trust, we are one nation under God. So under this bold faith declaration, we call upon you to be with us, lead us, protect us. May we esteem your holy precepts above all. Father, we especially thank you for West Virginia today. Your word has declared in Acts 17:26 that you've predetermined our times and the boundaries of our habitation. We are West Virginians today by your sovereign and divine arrangement. We recall that West Virginia is the only state formed by executive order of the highest civil authority in the land, that of President Abraham Lincoln in 1863. How privileged we are to be living and residing within the borders of this uniquely configured state. It's obvious that you so ordered this state that the boundaries of our habitation, using the highest office of authority to fulfill divine destiny, West Virginia therefore is a special place to your heart. May we be a heart to the whole nation. Here dwells a God-fearing people, a remnant people, in many ways a hidden people, kept hidden and set aside for your sovereign purposes and for your divine presence in the last days. We hear the revelatory words of the same in our state song, "Oh, the West Virginia hills, how majestic and how grand, with our summits bathed in glory, like our Prince Emmanuel's land." We ask today the words of this precious and prophetic song be fulfilled throughout our state. May West Virginia, beginning at this beautiful capital, from these sacred chambers, extending throughout the land, be a place of your presence. May your righteous orders alone be executed from these chambers. May your kingdom come, your will alone be done. Finally today, Father, bless these servants, our senators, bless their families, build a hedge of protection about them. May they prosper and be in health, even as their souls prosper in their relationship with you. Bless them when they come in and when they go out. May they be your hands extended that are anointed with privilege. Let great grace rest upon them from heaven. All of these things today we pray in the name of your Son, Jesus, and amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. The senior senator from the 5th.
Will the members and the people in the gallery join us in the pledge to our country? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. The reading of the journal.
West Virginia Legislature Senate Journal, February 27th, 2020. The Senate met at 11:22 a.m. Senator Carmichael, Mr. President, and the Chair.
The senator from Wood County requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized when your name is called. As guest of the senator from Boone County, we have Allison Hager and Madeline Howe. As guest of the senior senator from the 8th, Haley Lewis and Samantha Nye. As guest of the senator from Braxton County, Addison Garvella. As guest of the senior senator from the 16th, Eleanor McPherson. As guest of the senator from Harrison County, Reese Wilson. As guest of the senator from Greenbrier County, Mary Beth Meadows, and as guest of the senator from Tucker County, Connor Gibson. They're all standing in the front of our chambers. Would the Senate give them a warm Senate welcome? Thank you. You may be seated. Further introductions. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it's my pleasure and yours to announce our doc of the day. In the rear of the chamber from down in Princeton, we have Dr. Matthew Delicana. If you wouldn't mind standing, let the Senate give you a warm welcome.
Further introductions. Further introductions. Senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senator from Logan, we're very pleased to have welcome our chaperones for our pages from the Christian Faith Academy. They are Angela Howell and B.J. Hager, both of them distant cousins of mine. If you'd make them welcome, please.
Senator may proceed.
Further, from Cornerstone Child Advocacy Center, representing Boone and Logan counties, we have Monica Ballard Booth and Cheyenne Cooper. If they would stand in the Senate, make them welcome.
Let's make them welcome. Further introductions. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. In one of our galleries, we have Logan and Mingo Health Science and Technology Academy students with us here today. They're members of the Mingo Central Department of the Academy's Club. Students, if you will, please stand and Senate make them welcome.
Senator from Braxton County.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's your pleasure, as well as the junior senator from Harrison County, to introduce the father of our page, Rick Garvaglia. If he'd stand in the Senate, make him welcome.
Senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor and that of my senior senator from Braxton, sir, to introduce the parent of Paige Reese Wilson, who has come down here to join us. He's sitting over there from Harrison County. If Pamela and Roy and Whitney Wilson and Reagan Wilson, who's the sister, will all stand, that would be great. Where you at? Thank you for bringing them.
Senator from Wetzel County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're pleased to have guests in the North Gallery, Dr. Sarah Stevens. She's Mrs. West Virginia, United States, along with Cameron Jarvis, a 10th grader from Campbell Midland School, Jan Kirk, and Dr. Alan Hawkins. They're here visiting with us. So would you please stand, and the Senate please make them welcome.
Thank you. Further introduction. Senator from Wyoming County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to recognize all the women's resource from Beckley, West Virginia, and the sexual abuse for domestic violence in McDowell County that are here today for their recognition. Just everyone give them a warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Recognize the senior senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Jefferson and myself, I'm honored to be able to introduce the chaperone of our page here today. We have Eleanor McPherson's father, Stephen McPherson. If he would stand and receive a warm Senate welcome. And Eleanor is representing Hedgesville Middle School in Berkeley County. Receive a warm Senate. Stand up, Stephen.
The junior senator from the 8th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. As you know, it's Domestic Violence Day here at the Capitol, and I'd like to introduce Joshua Sapp and Melissa Hamrick. They're in the South Gallery. They work at the YWCA Family Abuse Program that serve victims of domestic violence and human trafficking in Kanawha, Boone, and Clay counties. If they could stand, and if the Senate could make them feel welcome. Thank you.
The senator from Greenbrier County.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, want to introduce the family members of our page today, and just a note about our page. Mary Beth is the great-granddaughter of a former senator of this body, Senator Freddie Parker, and the senator from Monroe and I are very pleased to have her with us today, and her family as well, if they'd please stand. Her mom, Judy Ann Meadows, and her brother, Maddox Meadows. And Mr. President, also one more introduction. As we all know, today is Domestic and Sexual Violence Awareness Day, and I'm pleased to have several friends here from Greenbrier and Fayette counties. If these folks would please stand so we can welcome them. Jessica Bender, Nicole Limerez, Emily Yates, Tyranda Martin, Linda Jensen, Belinda Hopkins, and Stacy Teeney. If the Senate would please make these folks welcome.
Thank you. Further introductions. Recognize the senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. In going along with the theme of Domestic Violence Day here
at the Capitol and sexual assault awareness. We have with us from Wheeling, Ashley Carpenter, if she could please stand. She is the director of the Upper Ohio Valley Sexual Assault Help Center. I'm a member of that board, and so I can tell you firsthand how blessed we are to have her as the director of that organization. So if the Senate could please make her welcome.
Recognize the senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senator from Logan, we also have a large group of Lincoln County High School seniors with us today, sitting in the rear gallery, accompanied by their teachers Josh Watson, Jason Kuntsunas, also known as Teacher K, Polly Smith, and Joanna Elkins. If they would stand, the Senate give a big welcome.
The senior senator from the 8th, Senator Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. President. With us today, we got some family members with our pages. Ellen Polly and Amy and William Lewis, if they would stand and the Senate make them welcome, please.
Senator may proceed.
Also, Mr. President, with us today, we're going to be honoring Herbert Hoover girls softball, and with them today is some of the parents from the kids that will be honored. And I'd ask if they would stand and the Senate make them welcome, please.
Thank you. The senator from Tucker County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Preston and myself, we have with us today the mother of our page, Connor Gibson, been a lifelong friend, and they came all the way from snowy Terrata. Preston County didn't have school today, so Connor kind of got, I say shorted on the day off, but his mother is in the President's Gallery. Julie Gibson, if she would stand, and the members make her welcome.
The senator from Nicholas County.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a couple of folks here from Nicholas County, and on behalf of the senator from Upshur County, I would like to make them welcome. They were with the Nicholas County Outreach of Women's Resource Center, which provides victims or services to victims of intimate and violent crimes. If they'll stand, Kim Sterling and Alana Bays, would the Senate please make them welcome? We also have other folks here in the gallery, too, from other counties in the 11th Senatorial District. If they would like to stand and be recognized, I don't have all the names. Would the Senate also make them welcome, wherever they are in the galleries?
Thank you. Are there further introductions? Further introductions. Recognize the junior senator from 17th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to move to the 6th order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 55 by Senator Beach requesting study on benefits of wage transparency.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day. I know. Recognize the senator from Brooke County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request unanimous consent to introduce a resolution from the floor.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk has a resolution.
Senate Resolution 59 by Senator Weld designating February 28, 2020 to be Domestic and Sexual Violence Awareness Day in West Virginia.
Recognize the senator from Brooke County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 59 designating February 28, 2020 to be Domestic and Sexual Violence Awareness Day.
As standalone consideration.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears none and recognizes the gentleman from the 27th, Elder Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill makes a finding that the present method of calculating the foundation allowance to service personnel may not provide sufficient funding to meet the student transportation needs of lower population density districts that cover larger geographic areas. The bill also requires the State Board to propose revisions to that allowance to provide additional service personnel positions for those districts. This proposal would be due to the Legislature before September of this year. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 92 ayes, 0 nays, and 8 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 241.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Ellington moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 281, removing residency requirement for persons applying for reappointment to municipal police department.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair has no objection and recognizes the gentleman from the 45th, Douglas Martin, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to remove the requirement that an applicant for reinstatement to a municipal police department must live within the corporate limits of the municipality at the time of the individual applies for reinstatement. I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from 59th, Douglas Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to return to previous order of business to introduce guests.
Other objections? There are no objections. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce some people that just arrived in the gallery. Chuck Horst, who is a candidate for election in District Number 62, his lovely wife Sherry, also known as the bride of Chucky, and my bodacious wife Cheryl. Thank you very much.
The question before the House is the passage of Senate Bill 281 as explained by the gentleman from the 45th, Douglas Martin. Are the members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 281.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 523, extending deadline for municipalities to offer Social Security coverage to certain municipal retirement system members.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the lady from the 38th, Douglas Graves, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill affects municipalities that are participating employers in the West Virginia Municipal Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement System. This bill would extend the deadline by which the participating employers shall submit a plan to the state auditor to extend Social Security benefits to members of the retirement system. The deadline has been extended to 2024 with this bill. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 523.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Graves moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 534, removing workers' compensation exclusion for temporary legislative employees.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to moving the consideration of Senate Bill 534 to the foot of bills on third reading? The chair hears no objection. Clerk will report the next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 552, requiring contracts of $25,000 or more be competitively bid.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman from 56, Douglas Howell, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to raise the total value of contracts that the Water Development Authority, WDA, must bid out from $2,000 to $25,000. The $2,000 limit has been in place since the creation of the WDA in the 1970s. Raising the limit to $25,000 puts the bidding requirement in line with the rest of the West Virginia Fairness and Competitive Bidding Act and similar requirements at other state agencies and subdivisions, such as municipal waterworks and sanitary districts and boards. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of 28, Douglas Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Chairman does yield.
Does this bill contain anything about employees and civil service protections and moving them out of civil service?
That was a different bill.
Different. Okay, thank you.
The question before the House then is, shall the bill pass? Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 91 ayes, 6 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 552.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that Senate Bill 552 be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the bill having been made effective from passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 91 ayes, 6 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 571, expiring funds from state excess lottery revenue fund to various accounts.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair has no objection. The gentleman of the 64th, Douglas Householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this supplemental is to expire $20 million from the unappropriated balance of excess lottery funds and appropriate those funds to the public defender's services in various lines. Our colleagues in the Senate amended the introduced version of this bill to provide for 2 attorneys in the habeas division of public defenders. This supplemental also provides funds necessary to pay the private attorneys who take on many of the court-appointed attorney cases in the state. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to the bill? The gentleman of the 30th, Douglas Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield just briefly? Thank you. This is the same bill we pass every year, is that correct?
You are correct, yes.
And it's the second, that's the half of it that we don't fund through the budgetary process.
That's correct.
And this year it's $20 million as opposed to
14.5, I think it was last year.
As opposed to, it's $5 million bigger than what it was last time, because now the tab's $40 million, not $30 million, because we raised the rates.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 571.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 member absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 652, authorizing the school building authority promulgate legislative rules.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman, the 27th, Elliott Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The SBA's proposed legislative rule has been reviewed and recommended by LOCIA. The proposed rule makes changes to the contractor's qualification statement, which is a prerequisite to the award of a contract. And it does add 2 new sections regarding post-project evaluation and suspension of the right to bid. So criteria for bidding qualifications and procedure, along with the post-project evaluation and also suspension of right to bid. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 21st, Douglas Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the bill.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I think this is a bill that we really need. Been part of 2 SBA projects in the past few years, and there's not a whole lot of teeth to what they can do if a contractor is underperforming. I think there's been examples all around the state from different contractors not performing and not making a good use of our public money. So I think this is a good bill, and I'm glad to support it. Thank you.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, then the question, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The gentleman of the 50th, Douglas CAPITO. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 94 ayes, 5 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 652.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that Senate Bill 652 be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 703, increasing earning limit for employees who accept separation incentive.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 27th, Elliott Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This section of West Virginia Code authorizes state institutions of higher education to develop plans subject to the approval of the Joint Committee on Pensions and Retirement that offer incentives for voluntary, early, or phased retirement or separation of employees when necessary to implement programmatic changes. Any cost associated with any incentive is borne entirely by the institution. The section also prohibits the reemployment of any employee granted an incentive, including contract employment in excess of $5,000 per fiscal year. The bill increases this maximum amount for the contract employment of an employee granted an incentive to $25,000 per fiscal year. This section of code was last amended in 2000, and in addition to updating the dollar cap on contract employment, the bill also updates various terms and removes references to other provisions that have since been repealed. Mr. Speaker, that's the essence of the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 703.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that Senate Bill 703 be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion that the bill be made effective from passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 712, correcting name of Forensic Analysis Laboratory.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill corrects the statutory reference to the Forensic Analysis Laboratory of the Marshall University Forensic Sciences Center by striking the letters DNA from its name as referred to in West Virginia Code. This will broaden the scope of the work that the center can do beyond just DNA, such as controlled substances identification. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman of the 16th, Doug Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very simple bill, just simply changes that name as the chair explained, but it has a great impact for the Forensic Science Center there in Huntington, and so I would urge all the members to pass this, please.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, does the gentleman from the 27th wish to close debate on the bill? The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted the way they wish to be recorded? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 712.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title, as reported by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the lady's motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 725, supplemental appropriation of various Department of Education accounts.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 64th, Douglas Householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this supplemental is to increase the spending authority of federal funds in the Department of Education. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 98 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 725.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Yes, to the House of the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 778, supplemental appropriation expiring funds from state excess lottery revenue fund, a DHHR.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 64th Docket Householder to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this supplemental expires $5,158,000 in surplus excess lottery funds accrued in prior fiscal years to the surplus balance of general revenue. The funds are then appropriated to Medicaid to be used as a state matching portion, and it will return a 3-to-1 match from the federal Medicaid program. This will result in timely payment of over $20 million in Medicaid payments to West Virginia medical providers like rural hospitals and local clinics. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of the 29th Docket Steele.
Will the chairman of finance yield?
Yes.
You'd mentioned that this supplemental appropriation from lottery going to Medicaid, that gets a 3-to-1 match.
Correct.
Right? And am I to understand also that with the Veterans Nursing Home that was proposed 4 years ago in code, that there's a 3-to-1 match on state funds for that as well, right?
There might be some VA matching.
There could be some VA matching, I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it's a 3-to-1 match on that. So the reason we're doing this is to get the federal match.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The gentleman of the 30th Docket Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield? Yes. Thank you. So my understanding is that we have to spend the money to get the match. I think we heard that up in testimony this morning from the lady that's in charge of finances. So we would only get federal dollars if we spend the $5 million on medical services. That's correct.
Yeah. Keep in mind we're spending surplus excess lottery funds.
Yeah, and if we didn't do that and that money stayed in the surplus excess lottery fund, what would happen to that money? When would it go?
Just would remain there until it's appropriated.
Yeah, so it would be available for appropriation.
That's correct.
Now, on this medical services line, does that have an excess balance at this time?
I don't know what that was in testimony this morning. To the delegate, the expected surplus right now is $309 million. That's what's projected.
Okay, so we've got $309 million of surplus right now.
Right.
And we're going to go ahead and put an additional $5 million in that. So we would have to spend that $309 million.
Yeah, and this is supposed to be part of that projection of the $309 million.
So if we didn't put this in there, we'd only have $304 million of surplus.
Correct.
So, and we think we need to put this money in now because we need to spend it for medical services over and above the $304 million we already have. Is that correct?
Absolutely. If you look at the 6-year plan, which I know...
I actually have it here in front of me, yes.
Yeah, every member on finance has a 6-year plan. And I'm going from memory. I believe for fiscal year 2021, the $309 million drops down to about $140 million. Am I correct? $141 million?
Yes, in 2022.
2022. And then in 2023, it drops down to about $70 million.
That's correct.
And then in 2024, it's a negative $16 million something. I can't remember.
Yes, we look at the same document.
Yes.
So, and then 88 in 2025.
Yeah. Right.
So I see we have some issues in the out years. But is there a reason why we have to do this, why we have to pre-fund it now, that we have to run the supplemental now? What's the necessity to do it now?
I mean, it's available now, but it was a recommendation from DHHR.
Okay, so this is a governor's bill. This is this is one of his supplementals as part of his package.
Exactly.
So, and there are several elements to that package.
There are, yes.
And this is the first of those.
That's correct.
Thank you. Yep. Speak to the bill.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to actually vote against this. This thing we're doing with Medicaid, and there's going to be several of these, we've got this massive surplus. We're creating a lockbox to keep it off the books, and then we're pre-funding it, and then we're actually dropping the overall appropriation next year to close the hole. So it's pretty shifty in terms of how this is being done. There's a lot of moving pieces here. And I've been trying to figure this out here for the last 52 days. And I haven't quite got there yet. So last night we worked on a budget upstairs, and it had some good things in it. It could have had some more good things in it, but we'll save that for another day. But what it did have in it was an additional $17 million going in, parking it in the lockbox to be used as part of this redistribution of monies. So this is all going to come together here over the next 8 days. And there'll be some things that we'll end up actually funding that are important to a lot of people in this room, and there are some things that we'll end up not funding that are also important to a lot of people in this room. So when we get to those things, I'll want to make sure everyone's aware about what we just did when we're told there isn't the money to fund those things. So just put that aside. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 63 ayes, 34 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 778.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The gentleman to 31st, Doug Tony. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 70 ayes, 27 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective for passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 779, supplemental appropriation, expiring funds and state excess lottery revenue to Department of Veterans Assistance.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 64th, Douglas Householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this supplemental expires $4,500,000 in surplus excess lottery funds accrued in prior fiscal years to the surplus balance of general revenue. The funds are then appropriated to the Veterans Nursing Facility in Clarksburg for the current fiscal year. We heard in House Finance from Secretary Dennis Davis that this funding is critical to cover operational shortfalls caused by increasing costs for nurse staffing and medical services like pharmacy, consultation, and therapists. We also heard testimony to the increasing costs charged by the federal VA Medical Center for food, prescriptions, lab work, imaging, and physicians. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 29th, Douglas Steele.
Will the chairman yield?
Yes.
So to be clear on this one, this money goes to the Clarksburg Veterans Nursing Home, right? Just the Clarksburg.
Correct.
So there's absolutely no money going towards the Beckley Nursing Home that was promised 4 years ago.
Correct.
Thank you.
The gentleman from the 30th, Douglas Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, these are operational costs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so this is a supplemental to take care of a shortfall in their operational costs.
Nurse staffing and medical services.
Yeah. Is there an improvement in next year's budget to take care of this base builder?
Yes.
Okay, so in an equivalent amount?
It's for the same amount, $4.5 billion.
So this appropriation will get them to the end of this fiscal year, and we've accommodated for next fiscal year by increasing that line item in their allocation in next year's budget.
You are correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the bill? The gentleman from the 53rd, Doug Jennings, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if this is germane to this bill, but we have requested the people from the Clarksburg VA to come down and explain to us of things that had happened there. And they said they more or less said they don't have to answer to us. But now they're requesting $4.5 million from us to support them. Even though I want to support our veterans very much, but I certainly would wish that they would answer to the things that have happened, and they still have not resolved that. You've heard there is now up to 10 people that has been noted as possible being killed in that hospital, and we still have not had any resolve of that. I just want everyone in here to think of that, and if there's any way you can put pressure on the people of that hospital, I wish you would. But I'll still vote for this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 55th, Douglas Spinagle.
Will the chairman yield?
Yes.
Is this money going to a nursing home or hospital?
It's going to the nursing home, not the VA center that gentleman just described.
That's what I thought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 95 ayes, 3 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 779.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the lady's motion that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 780, supplemental appropriation by decreasing and adding new appropriation out of Treasury to DMAPs.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 64th, Douglas Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this supplemental was originated in Senate Finance at the request of General Hoyer. The bill does not increase spending, rather it realigns federal spending authority to aid the National Guard's counter-drug efforts. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 96 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 780.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
Lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 781, relating to reports regarding collaborative agreements between community and technical colleges and federally registered apprenticeship programs.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 27th, Elga Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to remove information that was required to be included in reports to the legislature and the governor regarding various collaborative agreements between community and technical colleges and various federally registered apprenticeship programs. We did amend back in some information that, if it was available, could be reported. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 781.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll return now to consideration of committee substitute for Senate Bill 534, which was moved to the foot of all bills on third reading. Question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman with 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies to the members. The system shows this to be reported out by the Government Organizations Committee, but I should have recognized that this is a bill that we spent all of 7 minutes on in our committee. So basically what the bill does, it addresses a situation where we got ourselves in hot water over the exclusion from unemployment compensation of employees of this body or the legislature. They are here on a temporary basis or in support of our legislative session. They were under our current code excluded from coverage for unemployment compensation or eligibility for unemployment compensation. We became aware that that fact threatened employers and employees here in West Virginia for loss of the normal credit against the federal unemployment tax, which translated into about a $420 additional tax on employees and employers on the first $7,000 of their wages. So all this bill does, it just removes from exclusion that group of employees, and so they are now eligible for unemployment compensation in order for us to preserve that benefit, that tax benefit for our employees and employers. Mr. Speaker, that's all the bill does. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman with 30th, Delegate Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, would the Chairman just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, in your description you said unemployment and the board says workers' compensation. Am I doing something, don't understand that?
It's unemployment.
So the board is incorrect, is that?
I guess that's twice the board is incorrect, yes. Okay.
Okay, so it is unemployment we're talking about.
Unemployment compensation and the tax.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 98 ayes and 0 nays and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 534.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. The gentleman with 56, Delegate Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the questioning on SB 552, the gentleman from the 28 asked me if it included a provision eliminating civil service or some members of the WDA. We had 2 bills that dealt with the same subject, and I had confused those, and it did indeed deal with civil service of WDA for about 6 members. Therefore, having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider our actions on that bill.
The question before the House is the gentleman's motion. The question before the House is the gentleman's motion that the vote on that the House action on final passage and the effective date on Senate Bill 552 be reconsidered. This is a debatable question. Are there members who wish to speak to the motion? If not, the question first before the House is that the House reconsider its action on the effective date of Senate Bill 552. Those in favor of reconsideration of that vote will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is the vote on passage of the bill. The question now is on reconsideration of the final vote on passage of Senate Bill 552. The question is on reconsideration. Those in favor of the motion to reconsider will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House then is, shall the bill pass? The question is, shall Senate Bill 552 pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman of 28th, Delegate Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
So this will in fact impact employees who are currently civil service employees that work for the WDA.
It will not impact them unless they leave their current position New incoming employees will not be in civil service.
So if they remain exactly where they are, they stay in the same position? That they don't lose their civil service?
That is correct.
What if they get promoted?
As a different classification, they would lose their civil service protection.
Does that not serve as a disincentive to accept a promotion?
It would depend on the individual, because in the case, from what we understand, they would probably get a very large pay raise compared to the civil service. So it would be up to the individual. They would have to weigh whether or not the pay increase would offset what they would lose with by losing their civil service protections.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, I noticed the bill dealt with bidding processes. What's the rationale for an amendment taking the civil service protection away from employees end up in the bill?
The head of the WDA came before us and said that she had several employees that were close to retirement age. I believe one was an accountant, and that once they left, what they could be paid under civil service was not enough to attract someone to that job. By eliminating the civil service, they could pay more to attract a qualified person to replace them.
Wouldn't that also be true of every state employee? I mean, if whatever the state rate is for an accountant, let's say, does the state not hire accountants at the state accountant rate versus what they would make in the private sector?
I know the state has a mix of civil service and non-civil service, so I really can't answer that question to any effect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, speak to the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize that I didn't catch this yesterday when we were on amendment stage, but the reason this came to my attention is I've had someone who lives in my district has messaged me, and they are a civil service employee. And they expressed to me that not only this lady and her colleagues were distressed about the possibility that this change may take effect. Basically what she said to me was, it is our fear that we will be stuck in this position. We can't accept a promotion, because if we accept the promotion, we lose our civil service protection. We'll become at-will employees and can be removed at the whim of whomever is in charge. I understand what she's saying. I tend to agree with her. I think we should not disincentivize the opportunity for someone to move up and better themselves, and it's for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that I would urge rejection of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from 58th, Doug Coles.
Would the chairman yield?
Does the chairman yield for a question? Yes, chairman does yield.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, was this considered in committee with the civil service language in it, or did that happen here?
No, the amendment was adopted in committee and then again adopted yesterday on the House floor.
Was there any testimony or conversation in committee about it, or?
The lady from the WDA was there, but she did not come up and testify.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from 30th, Doug Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm requesting a ruling of the chair under Rule 97 as to whether or not this bill embraces more than a single object.
The gentleman will have to restate the point.
Under Rule 97, a bill shall not embrace more than one object. And that shall be stated in the title. We had this discussion previously.
Yes, as stated in the actual title of the bill, it's the chair's understanding that the actual title of the bill will embrace more than one.
And the ruling of the chair is that this bill that's dealing with civil service protection and a change in the requirement for bidding is one object.
The short title of the bill is as the member knows, is not the actual title of the bill. It's the chair's understanding from just having spoken with the clerk that the actual title of the bill will address everything that is currently in the bill before the body.
The current title does not, and then we're going to amend the bill to put two things in it, then amend the title to make it match up with the two things that we put in it. Is that what we're doing?
That is how the chair has been advised by the clerk. Yes.
Okay. And that's okay under Rule 97. We can do that.
That's the chair's understanding of the current practice of this House, that title amendments are considered after passage for that very fact.
Thank you.
The gentleman from the 35th, Douglas Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of inquiry. Yes. Given this new light of evidence, if we would want the opportunity to amend this bill, what would be the proper motion to move it back to second?
The options that would be available to the gentleman would be, at this moment, to amend on the floor of the House would be a rule suspension of the body. The other options that would be available would be the full range of parliamentary motions that are listed in the rules.
So with the proper motion, if we would want to move this to second and then put it to the laid over for a day, that would be two separate motions, correct? To allow people to do amendments?
Chair would have to contemplate a motion to move the bill back to second reading.
So would the proper motion be the laid over a day with the right to amend?
That would be a rule suspension to insert a new right to amend where one does not exist now. Yes,
so
sir.
Moved.
The gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Byrd, has moved yes, the gentleman from the 15th, Douglas Foster.
Just a question. This amendment passed yesterday, correct? So if we were just to move to reconsider the amendment and vote it down, we could take the bill up today, correct?
The motion for reconsideration would also be in order. The gentleman is correct. This having been only one legislative day, the motion for reconsideration would still be in order. The gentleman is correct.
Well, I will move to, being on the prevailing side, would move to reconsider the vote on the amendment, House Gov.org Amendment 2-21 yesterday.
The motion for reconsideration does not take precedence over the gentleman's motion for rule suspension. Does the gentleman withdraw that motion?
Absolutely.
The gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Byrd's motion for rule suspension has been withdrawn. Now before the body is the motion offered by the gentleman from the 15th, Douglas Foster, that the amendment offered yesterday, House Floor Amendment HOW 2-21 to Senate Bill 552 be reconsidered. This is a debatable question. Are there members who wish to speak to the motion for reconsideration? The gentleman from the 36th, Douglas Robinson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just appreciate the Vice Chair of Health taking the initiative to ask these questions. And I really appreciate the Chairman from Gov.org admitting the mistake and giving the opportunity for a little back and forth there from the Vice Chair. And for that reason, we have greater clarity because questions were answered and asked. And for that reason, I would support the gentleman from 15th's motion.
The gentleman from the 66th, Douglas Espinosa.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Just for clarity for the members, the first vote that we'll take is the question of whether we are going to reconsider the amendment or not. Is that correct?
That is correct. The gentleman
so
is
that'll
correct.
be the first vote. Should that motion carry, then we would proceed to actually reconsider the amendment. Is that correct?
The gentleman is correct. That is the correct statement of the situation.
Thank you very much.
Are all members clear what we're voting on? The question before the House is, shall the vote on House Government Organizations Amendment 2-21 to Senate Bill 552 be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is on adoption of the House Government Organizations Committee Amendment 2-21 to Senate Bill 552. This is a debatable question. Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment? The lady from the 51st, Douglas Fleshauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was the issue that I asked a question about germaneness yesterday. I think this amendment would be a very unfortunate precedent. Once we take civil service is something that was long fought in our state and in every state of the union. And once we say this agency doesn't need civil service, this agency doesn't need fairness treating employees, then it could beginning of the tip of the iceberg. I strongly support defeating this amendment.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the amendment? The gentleman from the 56th, Douglas Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
The gentleman from the 56th asks unanimous consent that the amendment be withdrawn. Are there objections? There are no objections. The amendment is withdrawn. Clerk will read the bill a third time.
Senate Bill 552. requiring contracts of $25,000 or more be competitively bid.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill?
We do not need that title amendment.
If not, yes, the gentleman from 59th, Doug Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I'm much in favor of this bill without the amendment. I think it's really sad that state salary scales are such that the only way we could increase the salary of an employee is take them out of civil service. That's just wrong on so many levels, and so I appreciate this final status of the bill.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 91 ayes, 6 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 552.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady's motion is that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 93 ayes, 5 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate, request concurrence therein. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, before the clerk proceeds to consideration of bills on second reading, the chair would ask if there is objection to returning to reports of standing committees to correct a brief announcement from this morning. The chair has no objection. Under report number 4 on the members' agenda distributed on the chamber automation system this morning, you'll see under the report on Committee on Health and Human Resources, you will see report on Senate Bill 664. The chair received that report this morning when presented to the body with a recommendation that the bill do pass. The chair is advised by the clerk that the Committee on Health and Human Resources actually reported Senate Bill 664 to the body with a recommendation it do pass, but the original reference, the clerk advises the chair, the original reference for the Committee on Senate Bill 664 was to the Committee on Health and Human Resources and the Committee on Judiciary. Are there objections to continuation of the original reference? The chair has no objection. Senate Bill 664 will be referred now to the Committee on Judiciary. Let's return to consideration of bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 225, empowering municipalities to adopt a street programs.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 307, correcting code citation relating to certain tax liens.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 572, expiring funds from general revenue and lottery net profits to various accounts.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Barrett and Bates move to amend the bill on page 3, line 52 by striking out...
The gentleman of 61st, Doug Barrett, to explain the amendment.
Yes,
are there
sir.
objections? There are no objections. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment strikes out a line item from medical services and inserts social services line item with directive language to foster care. This $6.6 million will be used to fund a portion of the $16.9 million in House Bill 4092. There is some fear that the Senate could gut 4092 and not fully fund the $16.9 million. This is a way to ensure its passage and to relieve a portion of the burden in next year's budget. As you've heard, we'll end this fiscal year with $309 million in Medicaid surplus. $150 million of that in the Governor's Family First Fund, the lockbox. At the end of the next fiscal year, DHHR has projected that we will still have $141 million in that fund. It's very clear to everyone in this room that we have a crisis now, and we should not be locking this money away when our foster families have immediate needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment? The gentleman from the 64th, Doug Householder, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to urge rejection, and I'm going to go over several reasons why. The Speaker, the Vice Chair, and myself had been meeting with the Governor's office weekly to discuss the lockbox. And to be quite honest, I was never an advocate for the lockbox for several reasons. But the Governor's office kept mentioning the need for it was, the simple need was to prevent the legislature from ever spending the money. And I kept arguing, well, the legislature is not spending the money, but here is a prime example where I have to eat my words. Right now, we have an amendment where the legislature is trying to spend money. So now I have to advocate for the lockbox. Now, some of the things with this amendment, it does eliminate the dedicated funding sources for Medicaid, $6.6 million. It's redirecting the money away from Medicaid will cause problems for future budgets. House Bill 4092 already increases foster care spending by $16.8 million that is included in the House budget that we just passed yesterday in House Finance. Adopting this amendment could jeopardize the good work that this House has already done, and Mr. Speaker, I urge rejection.
The gentleman 30th, Doug Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes.
Our foster care bill, where is that now?
It's over on the Senate side.
Is it on an agenda that you're aware of? I was trying to locate the system. I couldn't find it anywhere.
I'm not aware of that, sir.
No, I couldn't see that. And because I've heard, there's rumors everywhere. So I've heard rumors that everything from they're not going to take it up to they're going to take it up and strip the money out.
And I hope that's not the case.
Do you have a guarantee that bill is going to make it across the line?
I'm doing everything that I can to advocate it's finished and get across the line.
And I appreciate that. I think we all appreciate that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think this House made it a priority that the foster care crisis, that we were going to take care of it.
And it did. And I'm pleased to support the gentleman's amendment because I think that we're doubling down on that as a priority. We're making sure that we're going to put our money where our mouth is. With this amendment.
But keep in mind, we have it in the budget, and I still reject the gentleman's amendment.
I'm confident I'm not going to be able to convince you to change your light from I'm sorry, your no vote to yes vote, but I'm doing my best to find some friends out here. So would the gentleman just continue you for maybe one more question?
Sure.
Would you concede the fact that if we were to do this, that would be $6 million less that you would need in your budget?
What we're doing, once again, is advocating the governor's position all along, is to put this money in the lockbox because of the fear that the legislature is spending the money. And here's a prime example where the legislature is doing that.
Okay. The lockbox bill, is that on our agenda this afternoon upstairs in finance?
No, but it'll be coming up.
So we anticipate taking up the legislation at some point?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, very briefly.
Yes, Chairman is recognized.
I think we do need to put our money where our mouth is. This is a priority of the House. It's clearly not a priority of the Senate. It's going to be a bargaining chip. We all know that. It's something that's going to be traded back and forth in these last several days. I think this amendment does no harm to Medicaid. There's plenty of money there. We all know that. It directs the money to needed services, and it's a down payment on what we promised we would do. And in the event that this amendment is adopted, the supplemental is adopted, then we can simply go in and amend the foster care bill and take some of the money back out of that bill. So it's a very elegant answer to a problem that I think we're all trying to solve, and I appreciate the gentleman offering the amendment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the 49th, Douglas Summers.
Will the Chair of Finance yield? I do not serve on finance, but when I looked at the budget, I saw the foster care bill fully funded. Am I missing something?
You are not. It's absolutely fully funded, $16.8 million in the budget bill, House Bill 4021.
I worry when we try to take that money because when we have the Medicaid money and we use it for services, we get the 3-to-1 match. So if they're taking the $6 million, it possibly could really be an $18 million reduction in services for things like the substance, the SUD waiver, I'm trying to think of the name for that, residential treatment, medical services, all of those types of things that we could get an $18 million benefit from is now going to be taken away.
Yeah, they're taking the money from Medicaid, and keep in mind, foster care is a non-Medicaid expense, so it's not even similar.
So now we're just commingling money for something that we're worried about that hasn't happened.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there members who have not yet spoken to the amendment who wish to be recognized? If not, then the gentleman from the 30th, Doug Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't belabor the point, but let's just try to be factual in here if we can. Would the chairman stand for just one more question?
Yes.
In our foster care bill with a fiscal note attached to that, we allocated some state funds. Was there federal funds that drew down with that allocation? So my recollection is that the $14 million that we would put in state funds would draw down $26 million in federal funds. Is that correct?
I'm not positive, but I believe it's just $16.8 million of state funds because it's a non-Medicaid.
And you don't recall that fiscal note with the
not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, well, I'm sure others do.
I apologize, I do not.
That's okay. So that's why. And one more thing, if I can, we actually have to spend this money, don't we, before we get a federal match?
But
is that correct?
Keep in mind, Delegate, you're taking the money from Medicaid and you're moving it to an area that's a non-Medicaid expense. I mean, you're advocating the governor's position about locking it up in a lockbox because the legislature has a problem with spending.
Thank you. I think the gentleman misunderstands my colleague's amendment. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, then the gentleman from the 61st, Doug Barrett, to close debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fear the legislature will spend money. Whose job is it to appropriate the money? That's our job. We don't need to apologize to the governor for doing our job. This body passed House Bill 4092 96-1, a very bipartisan and clear signal that we intend to help foster families and the children of the state and make that our top priority. This amendment helps us get closer to that goal. We have a crisis now, and we shouldn't be locking this money away for future projected shortfalls when we have an immediate crisis on our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest to you that we send a strong message to the Senate that we wish to put West Virginia families and children above all others. Put West Virginians first. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption and ask for the yeas and nays.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as just explained by the gentleman from the 61st. Roll call vote has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 39 ayes, 58 nays, 3 members absent, not voting, less than a majority in favor. The chair declares the amendment lost. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Senate Bill 610.
Lady in the 49th. Senate Bill 610.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
Are there objections to postponing action one day on Senate Bill 610? The chair has no objection. Action will be postponed one day. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 625.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
Are there objections to postponing action one day? If not, action will be postponed one day. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 706, clarifying duties of Law Enforcement Training and Certification Subcommittee.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 789, repealing obsolete sections of West Virginia Code relating to legislature.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 816, updating North American Industry Classification System Code.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 849, relating to military service as a factor in certain insurance coverage rates.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the bill on page 1 by striking everything after the enacting.
Gentleman 27th, Delegate Schott. Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're doing with this amendment is striking the language from the Senate bill and asserting the language from the companion House bill, which was House Bill 4970. Our council has discussed the two bills with the insurance commissioner, and he has advised us that the House bill language is preferable because it is more succinct and uses the proper military terms. Surprise, surprise. So I urge we adopt the strike and insert amendment and give the Senate back some superior language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as just explained by the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott. Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 6, allowing DOH issue permits for certain tractors with certain trailers not exceeding specified maximum axle weights.
The gentleman from 13th, Delegate Cato, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is an overweight bill which will destroy our roads, and I get more calls on that than anything is about our roads. So I would move Senate Bill 6 be rejected on first reading and House Rule 103, and I reserve the right to close and ask for the yeas and nays.
The question before the House is, shall Senate Bill 6, committee substitute for Senate Bill 6 be rejected? This is a debatable question. Are there members who wish to speak to the adoption of the motion? If there are no members who wish to speak to adoption of the motion, the gentleman did reserve the right to close debate on the motion. Does the gentleman wish to again be recognized?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try not to take too long. Right now, our national weight, which was passed in the 80s, is 80,000 pounds gross weight. I've been trucking 45 years. This is not something new to me. Usually you get paid by the mile or by the weight. People who get paid by the weight like to haul heavy. They like to haul all they can. Everyone knows that when log trucks or dump trucks or oil field and gas trucks run these back roads, they destroy the roads. And I'm a trucker, I'm the first one to tell you, the roads weren't built right, so they won't hold the weight. But what they did a few years back was passed, and I wasn't here then, they passed a 10% tolerance on the 80,000. Okay, so legally, if you're hauling inside the state on a county or state highway, you can haul, I said 88,000, 10%, but they haul 87. And every time you see one of those oil field trucks, a triaxle with a tank on it, if they're picking up in West Virginia, delivering in West Virginia, I guarantee you they're hauling 87. That was kind of a favor the state did to the trucking industry, because back in the day, there weren't a lot of scales around, and they gave them a tolerance, because you're judging, you're guesstimating your weight. But nowadays, trucks have built-in scales on them, and you can tell what you're hauling. But now they want to go, with the log trucks, they want to go 90,000 with a 4,000 tolerance. And that's an 80,000 pound truck, semi, would have 12,000 on the steer, 34 on the tandem axle, and 34 on the trailer. All right, if we go to 94,000, you're going to have 14,005 on the steer, 39,750 on the drive, and 39,750 on the trailer. Now tell me that's not going to destroy the roads even more than what we're putting up with right now. We don't have money to fix our roads now, so why are we letting people destroy our roads? And I'm not against trucking, and I'm sure not against logging, because I've done it all. But if you cannot make money hauling 80,000 pounds, then you need to go do something else. But I guess that's about all I need to say, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The question before the House is the gentleman's motion that the bill be rejected on first reading. For what purpose does the gentleman of the 50th Delegate Caputo seek recognition?
Speak to the motion.
Are there objections to reopening debate?
I didn't know he closed. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it.
Are there objections to reopening debate on the bill? There are no objections, so debate is reopened.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I didn't realize my friend had closed on debate. I wouldn't have normally done that. But very briefly, you know, I was around in the early 2000s, and I will never know the ins and outs of trucking like my friend just so eloquently stated. But it was back then we had a huge fight on overweight coal trucks in this house. Huge fight. And it was the coal road transportation system increased coal truck weights to 120,000. And I took that fight on back then. I had my life threatened. There was a guy arrested because he called my house and told my daughter that I would never be seen again. She was about 13 years old. It was one of the biggest fights I've ever seen in my 24 years here. And the argument was that they was going to destroy the roads that they were traveling on. Guess what? Guess what, Mr. Speaker? There's not a person in this room that doesn't get a gazillion calls about bad roads in the state of West Virginia. We increased those roads, particularly to my friends in southern West Virginia, from 80,000 pounds to 120,000 pounds. It was wrong then, and it's wrong now. We can't keep our highway system in check, and we're going to just put some more weight on the roads. Have anybody seen the reports of bridges in West Virginia? I don't know what some future legislature is going to have to do, Mr. Speaker, when they got to fix all these bridges in West Virginia. I'm just adamantly opposed to giving any industry a blank check to destroy our roads, and we get nothing in return for that. I support the gentleman's motion to reject on first reading.
The gentleman of 15th, Douglas Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would oppose the gentleman's motion. What this does is allow just for another axle. And I know people are concerned about damage to the roads. That's due to the axle weight, not the total weight of the truck. And this allows more axles, and you're just spreading the weight out over more axles. So I would urge rejection of this motion.
The lady in the fourth, Dr. Zukov.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this, the gentleman's motion. I'm not only worried about the roads, but at the last couple of weeks we've had 2 major truck accidents in our community because these trucks drive too fast. They don't know how to drive on our roads, and they have hit trucks and cars in our area, and then we have to close the roads for hours while the damage is cleaned up. And I just feel like not only is it not fair to continue to tear up the roads with these heavy trucks, but it's not safe to the residents, our residents, and the school buses that travel these roads day to day. And for those reasons, I'll be supporting the gentleman's amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman of 13th, Douglas Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to rise in opposition to the motion. It's my understanding this is a Toyota bill, and they actually requested this as a pro-jobs measure. So again, vote no to the measure, to the motion.
The gentleman of 30th, Douglas Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And very briefly, I also support the motion, and for the reason that my friend from CAMPBELL suggested last week. All this does is drive us further down the road to poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 59th, Douglas Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also stand in support of the motion made from my friend and colleague, the delegate from District 13, for the obvious reasons.
The gentleman from 54th, Douglas Hott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the gentleman from the 13th to yield if that would be appropriate at this time.
Looks like he does yield.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So I'm trying to get some clarification on this bill, and I'm having some confusion, and I think the body's having some confusion. Does this bill actually increase the gross vehicle weight from where it currently is right now in code?
Yes. Currently, you could haul, as long as you're not traveling on the interstate's 80,000. That's federal law. You can't change that without Congress. If it's a state highway or a county road, you could haul 87,000 right now, 88,000 actually, but everybody hauls 87 because the state gave them 10%. They use that on every load. In other words, they load that 7,000 every load.
So my concern then is the abstract incorrect when it says this bill does not modify the maximum gross vehicle weight limit of 94,000 pounds.
I'm not sure.
That's what the abstract says, and with all due respect to the gentleman who has forgotten more than I'll ever know and understand about the trucking industry, this was brought to me more as a bill to support those in the logging industry, which many of you know is crucial and vital to our state. This is allowing the pup trailers, and if you understand that verbiage, it's a small trailer that goes behind a straight axle log truck. And they can't get these tractor and trailers out into the job sites because there's no way to maneuver them. So what they do is they take a straight log truck, if you follow me on this, they put what's called a pup trailer behind it. So we're distributing the weight over more axles.
Are you asking a question?
I am. I'm going to get to it. Thank you, sir. So for clarification, would you agree that this is to help the logging industry, for which you once worked in and certainly have a lot of knowledge about?
Well, every business wants more hauled for less. And that's what this is about to me. This is more hauled for less.
Would you agree, sir, that these trucks are loaded at a site where it's impossible to get an accurate weight sometimes, as they're often loaded with a machine at the logging site?
I can tell you, as somebody that's been around for a while, that I can pretty well tell you when a truck's going down the highway how much is on it. Within probably 5,000 pounds, maybe closer on my truck, I can tell you exactly what's on my truck. But I have air ride suspension and we have gauges, and when those gauges are at a certain number, you know where you're at on your axle weight. And just about everybody nowadays has air ride trucks, but most guys that load these trucks, they know what they're putting on.
Thank you very much for yielding, sir. Permission to speak to the bill?
The gentleman is recognized.
So I would stand in opposition of my good friend here behind me. Most of the time we are absolutely united, but this is one time I'll have to disagree with him. As I understand this, we're distributing the weight over more axles, over an additional axle, to help the logging industry so that they can get these logs out and get them to the mill and do less damage to the road, not more damage. Again, I want to emphasize that part, less damage. We have more wheels on the road distributing the weight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 29th, Dr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the things we need to think about here is what we're actually voting on. We're voting on whether or not we're going to allow this bill to progress to second and then third reading. I would like some more time to digest some of the information that's been given by the gentleman from the 13th. And I think one of the important things that we're skipping here is if some of this information, comes out that maybe we need to do a floor amendment, maybe something like that could be proposed. I'm sitting here looking at the numbers as they add up, and I'm a lawyer, not an accountant, so that's a pretty dangerous thing to do. But if I look at the existing code language and then I look at the new code language, I'm not seeing a whole lot of difference between the numbers. And then hearing from my 54th, my friend from the 54th talk about how the pup trailers operate and things like that. I think it'd be kind of a dangerous thing. I've never seen us reject a bill on first. Now, I know I haven't been here very long, and it's probably something that doesn't happen very often, but, and I do respect my friend from the 13th, but you got an opportunity tomorrow to introduce an amendment. If that fails, you get the opportunity to have this debate again the next day. I really think we need to slow up here and think about what we're doing, because another body that we owe some respect to, we do have to clean up their language sometimes, as the gentleman from the 27th indicated earlier. But give us an opportunity to do that if we need to do it, and we can do it certainly tomorrow. So I'd urge rejection of the motion.
The gentleman from the 53rd, Delegate Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to it's not an amendment, his motion. The reason I represent Preston County and Tucker County, and that's where a lot of logging goes on. And it's exactly what he said. They want to be able to load up their pups on the back of their trucks. It's more axles, and they want to be able to load them so they can haul the timber. Our timber industry took a huge hit when Luke Paper Mill shut down. And we've got to do all we can to help out this timber industry before we lose more. So I agree with the gentleman. We need to let this go on, and we all need to research it more, and I believe you will find that we need to pass this bill. And I thank you.
The gentleman with 56, Doug Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in opposition to the gentleman's motion. He alluded to the paper plant closing in Luke, Maryland. Their wood yards in Burrell, West Virginia, in Mineral County. Gentleman from the 54th District, really close to the border of ours. They also had another wood yard in Randolph County. These men and women in the timber industry had been hauling into that paper plant and its satellite yards for over 130 years. They're now having to haul their timber to Chillicothe, Ohio, from the Maryland border. This is about helping an industry that's in distress. The other day, this body came together to help the hospital in Fairmont. We have workers hurting, timber industry from the closure of this paper plant. I urge rejection.
The gentleman with 60th, Doug Wilson.
Speaker, I call the question.
Questions for whom, sir?
Answer, I call the question.
Oh, call the question. Chair's mistaken. The gentleman with the 60th demands the previous question. Is the demand sustained? Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question is, shall the motion that Senate Bill 6 be rejected on first reading now be put? Those in favor of ordering the previous question will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 28 ayes, 70 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Less than a majority in favor. The demand for the previous question is lost. However, with no one else seeking recognition, the gentleman from the 13th, Doug Cadle, is recognized to close debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard a lot of things said here. One of them was they're hauling wood to Chillicothe. They're using the interstate to haul it on, so they can't haul any more than 80,000. You know, I've fought rates all my life in trucking. I've been in business all my life for myself. And people come in and cut rates and haul more. And I've fought the scales. I've been overweight. I've paid overweight tickets just like everybody else. But anyway, this is a bad idea. These companies all want this. Anybody that's in business wants this. The reason they want this, and I'm going to give you a perfect example. If you're hauling 80,000, all right, that's about a 45,000 on the trailer load, usually. So if you haul 4 loads of 94,000, I can't do the math, but let's just say 3 or 4 loads. If you haul 3 or 4 loads, you've hauled 1 free. And then I hear the things about, well, they got more axles, they got more brakes, they can stop quicker. Hey, they can in an ideal situation. Yes, they can stop quicker. You put them on a road that's not level, or it's got sand on the highway. You put them out there on the real road in the real world and see how fast they stop with 90,000. I've hauled 80,000. I've hauled 90,000. I've hauled 175,000. And you got to permit those loads usually. But, you know, I know what it takes to stop a truck. And it's also a danger factor when you got 94,000 on a truck. So, anyway, I think I've said enough, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The question before the House is the gentleman's motion that committee substitute for Senate Bill 6 be rejected. To be, for all the members, for the benefit of all the members, if the motion is adopted, Senate Bill 6 will be rejected on first reading. If the motion is defeated, Senate Bill 6 will progress to second reading. A roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question is, shall committee substitute for Senate Bill 6 be rejected on first reading? Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? The gentleman with 63rd, Douglas Hardy. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 41 ayes, 57 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Less than a majority in favor. The motion is lost. The bill will be advanced to second reading. Next bill on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 96, prohibiting municipalities from limiting persons' rights to possess certain weapons.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 232, removing outdated prohibitions against electronic or mechanical ticket dispensers and readers.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 562, expunging certain criminal convictions.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 649, permitting county emergency phone system directors negotiate contracts for mobile phones.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 651, relating to the definition of mortgage loan originator.
The bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our colleague, Delegate Evans.
Are there objections to a leave of absence being granted? If not, leave of absence shall be granted. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. The gentleman from the 21st, Douglas Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are actually on behalf of the gentleman from the 26th who we just requested a leave for. We have some pages with us today from McDowell County. Joining us today are Blaine Sturgill, Zachary Chaffins, Braden Brewer, Hayden Cox, Eli Harrison, Shayla Coleman, Kiara Stacy, and John Hagerman. House, please make them feel welcome.
Are there further introductions? Miscellaneous business. Lady of the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House recess until 6 p.m. this evening.
The question before the House is, shall, subject to announcements, the House stand in recess until 6 p.m. Are there announcements? The gentleman with 28th, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republican members of the House will caucus here in the chamber, and we will begin promptly at 1:45.
The gentleman with 10th, Doug Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance will continue its agenda at 3 p.m. this afternoon, and then take up new agenda Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
The gentleman with 27th, Doug Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Committee on the Judiciary will resume its posted agenda at 2:30 this afternoon in room 410. The Republican members of that committee will meet in the chairman's office at 2:15. Also, the House Committee on the Judiciary will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in room 410M. The agenda will be posted. And finally, a reminder of the public hearing on committee substitute for Senate Bill 130, which relates to the procedure for driver's license suspension and revocation for DUI. That public hearing will be here in the House chamber on Monday morning, March 2nd at 8:30 a.m.
The gentleman with 13th, Doug Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will be meeting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in the Education Committee room. The agenda will be posted. Additionally, Republican members of the committee will caucus with the chairman and myself at 9:45 a.m.
The gentleman with the 45th, Doug Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet tomorrow, February 29th at 9 a.m., in House Government Organization Committee room. The agenda will be posted.
The gentleman with 16th, Doug Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subcommittee A of your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure will meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning in Council's office. The agenda will be posted.
The gentleman with 50th, Doug Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will caucus at 1:45 in room 252. Democrats will caucus at 1:45, room 252. Thank you.
Are there further announcements? If not, question before the House is the motion that the House stand in recess until 6 o'clock. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is in recess until 6 o'clock.
A lot of times there is a reluctance on the part of the victim to come forward or to stick with seeing the case through because of the intricacies and the intimacies that these cases so often have with them. And the people that we have behind us play a very, very important role in working with these victims and making sure that they continue to work the case, staying with it, staying involved, and ensuring that the people who commit these acts upon these victims see their day in court or the justice is served in the case. And so what these people do, I think, is kind of unsung and unnoticed a lot of times because they're working behind the scenes. While the prosecutor might be the one in the courtroom, they're the ones that take the time and meet with the victims outside of the courtroom, before the trial, while it's pending. And so I think it's very important to recognize the work that they do. I've been honored to work with them on several pieces of legislation over the past several years and really got to come to a tremendous understanding of what they do and how important it is to not just the criminal justice system, but to our state as a whole, because there are victims of these types of crimes in all of our communities. And so I'm honored today to be able to present this resolution, and I urge its passage or adoption.
There's a further discussion. Recognize the senator from Logan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution as well. I may be just a tad bit biased because the young lady standing on the front row, she just happens to be my daughter, and she works for the Logan Weekend, and she lives this every day. And this group behind us, what they are, my friends, is they have the hope for the hopeless, and they are the voice of the voiceless. And what you all do every day is to be commended, because we have such a tremendous need in this state. Thank you so much for what you do every day. I support the resolution.
Thank you. Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise also in support of the resolution. This group of people we have behind us include representatives from the West Virginia Child Advocacy Network, the West Virginia Foundation for Rape Information and Services, the West Virginia Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the group Prevent Child Abuse West Virginia. Members of this body who were here then will remember in 2015, the Legislature of West Virginia passed Aaron Marin's law and creating the task force on the prevention of domestic violence. Much of the hard work has been done by the people who are here with us today. They have brought with them a report, final report on Aaron Marin's law, and I think the copies have been distributed to each of our offices. So it's a couple pages, but I would encourage all the members to take a look at it. It recounts some of the work that has been done, but also some of the things that are yet to be done. And it's a call to action to all of us. I should also say that on everybody's desk, you'll see the button, the shine button, and that is to, if you read on the back of it, it contains the sad truth that 1 in 10 West Virginia kids will experience sexual abuse of some kind. What I loved about the Coalition for the Prevention is that it was designed to work to prevent those tragedies from happening. Mr. President, I urge adoption of the resolution.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not. Question for I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Recognize the senator from Raleigh County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would be remiss if I did not draw attention on Domestic and Sexual Violence Awareness Day to the problem of prevention. These folks are dealing with the issues day and night of those that have already become victims and dealing with the issues of the perpetrators. But one of the things that this body and our state needs to address is to put in those preventive measures so that we could help our people, our population, not have to go through the experiences that would lead them to these people. And that is not being done nearly as much as it should be done. And so on this special day of awareness, I thank you for what you're doing and certainly urge adoption of the resolution, but also consideration of some prevention in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognize Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand in support of this resolution. As my colleague from Brooke County mentioned a few moments ago, these folks work under the radar, they work discreetly, they work confidentially. People don't realize how important they are. They work hand in hand with prosecutors and police officers throughout the state. If you talk to a prosecutor, deputy sheriff, police officer, they will tell you that they could not do their jobs effectively without the work of the people that we're about to recognize. They are the ones that make sure the victims have the support they need, make it to court, get on that witness stand, confront their abuser. And without these folks, we wouldn't be able to successfully hold people accountable. And I've seen it firsthand, and we need to do everything that we can as a legislature to support the advocates who work hand in hand with our victims, both financially and with statutes that keep up with the threat. The threat is evolving. The threat is constantly changing. With evolutions in technology, the threat grows even greater. And we also have to look out for our elderly victims, and I know that they're looking out for them as well when it comes to financial abuse in particular. So I strongly urge adoption of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. As further discussion, recognize Senator from Wyoming County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the Domestic Sexual Violence Awareness Day. All these people that work to make everyone aware, and especially for prevention and to make people aware and give people a voice that don't have a voice, especially our children that does not have a voice, and these people give them a voice and speak up for them when they don't have a voice to tell you what's happening with them in their lives. So I'm in great support of these people and everything that they do, and thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Further discussion. Not the question before the Senate is adoption of resolution. The yeas and nays have been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to the comments by our senators from Morgan, Wyoming, Raleigh, Brooke, Logan, and Ohio counties to be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess to present this resolution. Senate will please come to order. Senate will please come to order. Are there further resolutions?
No, sir.
Motions. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 53 requesting study providing free feminine hygiene products to female students in grades 6 through 12.
Resolution will be referred to Committee on Health and Human Resources and to the second reference to Committee on Rules.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 54 requesting study on West Virginia academic standards in English and math.
Resolution will be referred to Committee on Education with a second reference to Committee on Rules.
Senate Resolution 57 designating February 28, 2020 as Honeybee and Beekeepers Day at the Capitol.
Recognize the senior senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 57 designating February 28, 2020 as Honeybee and Beekeepers Day at the Capitol.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senior senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this day, we want to take a moment and actually recognize the honeybee and also the honeybee keepers in our state. As many of you all know, the honeybee is the West Virginia official state insect. It's also, the honeybee is the insect whose activity produces more benefit to the West Virginia's economy than any other insect. And also I want to mention to you a number of honeybee colonies registered in West Virginia is more than 15,000. One of the things that I wanted to mention also is that you may not know is 16 ounces of honey requires 1,152 bees to travel 112,000 miles and visit 4.5 million flowers. The thing we can learn by the honeybee actually is that they operate, they are dependent on one another. They're free from personal agendas. Each individual bee works closely without cult of personality, jealousy, or infighting. And so we can learn something from the bees as far as productivity. But what I really want to highlight here is a special guest that we have here with us today, and that's Zack Hersom. Zack Hersom is 12 years old. He attends South Middle School, and he has been he's been a beekeeper for 6 years, half his life. He was 6 years old when he started. He's a lifelong member of the Eastern Panhandle Beekeepers Association. As part of the Bee Club outreach, he has educated over 2,000 students about beekeeping. And you can follow him on his adventures on beekeeping on Facebook, at Zack the Boy Beak. Zack the Boy Beak. Zack is one of about 1,200 beekeepers in the state who tend to 15,000 hives, and they provide a service for our state on which a value cannot be placed. While most people think of honey sales, and when they think of the economic impact of the honeybee, the biggest value of a honeybee is that they pollinate our crops, our flowers, and our trees. Without the honeybee, we would not be able to live. And so, Mr. President, it's with great honor that we recognize both the honeybee and, more importantly, the beekeepers that keep the honeybees, but also the future generation of honeybee keepers such as Zack Hersom. So I urge the adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? If not, recognize Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the comments by the Senator from Berkeley be placed in the appendix of the Journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess to present this resolution. Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. Are there additional items under unfinished business?
Yes, sir. Senate Resolution 58, congratulating the Herbert Hoover High School softball team for winning the 2019 Class AA state championship.
Recognize the senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, that the committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 58, congratulating the Herbert Hoover High School softball team for winning the 2019 Class AA state championship.
The question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Recognize the senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. June 23rd, 2016. That was a hard day for many in our state. There was so much grief and loss occurred when the skies opened up over West Virginia. Everything changed under that relentless rain. Mr. President, the people of Elk River, they are good people. They're kind people. They're strong people. Everyone worked together over that long, hot summer to put their homes and their lives back together. But there was a school within the community, Mr. President, which was in the floodway, was declared a total loss. It's for our students, our guests here. Their high school years would never be as they expected. But the community has pulled together and they have thrived. Mr. President, let me tell you more about Herbert Hoover High School softball team. Their motto is, no excuses. These young ladies are wonderful examples of scholar athletes. Their team GPA is 3.9. They have 10 girls that have a GP of 4.0 or better. They finished their season 35-1. They won their third consecutive Class AA state softball championship. The team earned a 68-1 record during the past 2 seasons. The softball team won the Cardinal Conference Championship, the sectional, and the regional championships. They racked up impressive stats, including outscoring their opponents 337-23 for the season, 22-2 in postseason play. They had a 3.377 team batting average, a .462 team ERA, a .90 team fielding. They had 30 shutout victories and pitched 414 strikeouts to 50 walks. They are led by their head coach, Missy Smith, assistant coaches, Jamonda Rollison and Terry Jarrett. The Herbert Hoover High School team players are Megan Seifler, Taylor Carpenter, Rebecca Woody, Jessica Canterbury, Allie Miller, Haley Strong, J.C. Sprouse, Presley McGee, Delana Buckner, Relee Nottingham, Courtney Pfizer, Skylar Green, Grayson Buckner, Chloe Bates, Kayleen Woody, and Emily Carpenter. This team has demonstrated a never-give-up attitude which is shared by every member in the Elk River community. Mr. President, I ask that you please join me in congratulating these talented young women of Herbert Hoover High School. I urge passage of the resolution.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Roll call's been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor of the resolution will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the comments by the senior senator from the 8th be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess to present this resolution. Senate will please come to order. Senate will please come to order. Communications from the House of Delegates.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 586, reorganizing and redesignating Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety as Department of Homeland Security.
Message be received. Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 586.
Junior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 586. Is there discussion? Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 586 reorganizes the Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety, or DMAPS, moving the military elements out of the department and renaming in the Department of Homeland Security. The bill creates an Office of Administrative Hearings and moves the State Fire Marshal into a reorganized Department of Homeland Security. Finally, the bill redefines the duties of the State Resiliency Office and creates the State Resiliency Officer and Deputy Resiliency Officer positions. The House amended a single section of code in the bill to avoid a code conflict with Senate Bill 487. This has been signed by the governor and amended the title accordingly. The amendments do not change the substance or intent of the bill in any way. Mr. President, I recommend we concur with the House amendment.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. All those in favor of the senator's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting, more than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that in accordance with Section 14, Article 7 of the Constitution, the House of Delegates reconsidered, amended, and again passed enrolled committee substitute for House Bill 2086 by a majority of those elected to the House to take effect 90 days from passage in an effort to meet the objections of the governor.
Junior Senator from the 17th. Message be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move in concordance with the Section 14, Article 7 of the Constitution of the State of West Virginia that the Senate proceed to reconsider enrolled committee substitute for House Bill 2086, heretofore disapproved and returned by His Excellency the Governor with his objections.
The question being on the adoption of the Majority Leader's motion that the Senate do reconsider enrolled committee substitute for House Bill 2086, heretofore disapproved and returned by the Governor with his objections. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Recognize Junior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to let the body know, this basically was a bill that changed the Commission of Highways to the Secretary of State's office, and changed the chair of the Advisory Council. There was a number of changes of members on those committees. Basically, this was all internal conflicts. The governor requested a correction by this. This was done by the House. For those reasons, I move that the Senate concur in the House amendment to the bill.
Question now is on the adoption of the motion offered by the Junior Senator from the 17th that the Senate do concur in the House amendments to the bill. Is there discussion? Recognize the Senator from Marion County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand in support of the motion by the Majority Leader. I've had a chance to look at these. These are mostly technical corrections, and I urge the adoption.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. A majority of all members elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed as amended as a result of the objections of the governor. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of committee substitute for House Bill 3127 relating to the Secondary School Activities Commission and participation by homeschooled students.
Message be received. Recognize the Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3127 relating to the Secondary School Activities Commission and participation by homeschooled students. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of committee substitute for House Bill 4461, requiring the governor to fix the salaries of certain state-appointed officers after the office is vacated or after July 1.
Message be received. Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there junior senator from the 17th moves that asks unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4461, requiring the governor to fix the salaries of certain state-appointed officers after the office is vacated or after July 1. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of House Bill 4804 relating to comprehensive systems of support for teacher and leader induction and professional growth.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Education. Are there additional communications from the House of Delegates?
No, sir.
Communications from the Executive?
There are none.
Reports from standing committees?
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 23, requesting study of state police's increased duties and responsibilities, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received. Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2967, permitting a county to retain the excess taxes for the privilege of transferring title of real estate, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received, referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4009 relating to the process for involuntary hospitalization, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received under the original double committee reference, be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4022, clarifying the qualifications of the Chancellor of the Higher Education Policy Commission, engrossed House Bill 4480 relating to legislative rules for the Higher Education Policy Commission, and engrossed House Committee substitute for House Bill 4729, requiring higher education institutions to use previous versions or editions of instructional materials, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received. Chair has a correction. House Bill 4009 was originally referred to Committee on Finance, but I should have said Judiciary. So House Bill 4009 will be referred to Committee on Judiciary. You're welcome.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4039, providing limitations on nuisance actions against fire department and emergency medical services, and has amended same, and engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4478, creating a lifetime ban for commercial drivers involved in human trafficking, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4061, Health Benefit Plan Network Access and Adequacy Act, and has amended same, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received under the original double committee reference, be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4077, increasing the amount of the bond required to be posted by proprietary schools, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received. Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent the second reference to the Committee on Finance be dispensed. The bill has no impact on the state budget.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4137, allowing counties to store and maintain voter registration records in a digital format, and engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4352, removing the use of post-criminal conduct in professional and occupational initial licensure or certification and decision-making, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4161, making it illegal to scleral tattoo a person, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4198, permitting a person to obtain a 12-month supply of contraceptive drugs, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4252, authorizing miscellaneous agencies and boards to promulgate legislative rules, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4398, relating to required courses of instruction, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4434, West Virginia Healthcare Workforce Sustainability Study, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4510, prohibiting bodily intrusion by an inmate upon any person at any correctional facility, and has amended same. Engrossed House Bill 4529, relating to the collection of assessments and the priority of liens on property within a resort area, and has amended same. And engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4544, relating to possession of any controlled substance on the premises of or within 200 feet of a public library, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4559, modifying the limitations on civil actions against the perpetrator of sexual assault or sexual abuse upon a minor, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4576, establishing a procedure for correcting errors in deeds of trust, and mortgages, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4620, redefining definition of recovery residents, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4647, relating to limited video lottery permit holders, and engrossed House Bill 4955, relating to reducing the cost of fees for state licenses to carry concealed deadly weapons and provisional state licenses to carry concealed deadly weapons, and reports the same back with a recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
That's all I have, sir.
Are there reports from select committees?
There are none.
Bills on third reading.
Engrossed Senate Bill 843, supplemental appropriation of funds from Treasury to DHHR Energy Assistance Fund. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 843 is a supplemental appropriation to increase federal spending authority within the Division of Human Services, the Energy Assistance Fund, in the amount of $5 million. This increases in spending authority that will allow the DHHR the flexibility to spend the money in this fund earlier in the year and reduces the risk of having to return the money to the federal government. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Recognize Junior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective on passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than two-thirds of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 844, supplemental appropriation from Treasury to DHHR Birth to 3 Fund. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senior senator from the 15th is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 844 is a supplemental to increase the special revenue spending authority within the Department of Health and Human Resources Birth to 3 Fund in the amount of $2,080,851. This increase will cover rising costs to the Individual Disabilities Education Fund program. These costs will be caused by an increased enrollment to the program. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? I recognize the senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. This is very important funding for a very important group of people. The Birth to 3 program, again, every penny that we put in this program is going to save us a lot of money down the road. This is stuff we're going to have to invest in to make sure that our children can receive the education necessary and all the wraparound services that are necessary to make them educatable. I urge passage.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than two-thirds of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 845, supplemental appropriation from Treasury to DHHR, Division of Human Services, third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 845 is a committee substitute that increases the federal spending authority for the Department of Health and Human Resources, the Division of Human Services, in the amount of $3,315,000. This spending authority will allow the CHIP program to cover a new pregnant woman's group, thus adding maternity benefits to the current program. These funds will also help to cover increased program costs and enrollment trends. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, and not voting, more than two-thirds of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4959 relating to clarifying the ability of the Economic Development Authority Board of Directors to enter into any contracts necessary to carry out its duties. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Mercer County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4959 simply authorizes the West Virginia Economic Development Authority to enter into contracts in lieu of going through the West Virginia Purchasing Division. This will now allow them
Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than two-thirds of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Are there additional bills on third reading?
No, sir.
Bills on second reading?
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 150, the budget bill, second reading of the bill.
Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent that the bill move to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2149 relating to the farm-to-food bank tax credit, second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4090, creating the Oil and Gas Abandoned Well Plugging Fund. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Finance moved to amend the bill.
Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The proposed amendment to the House Bill 4090 would clarify that the reduction to the severance tax for low production oil and gas wells does not eliminate the portion that goes to the counties and municipalities. Currently, 10% of the severance tax proceeds go to the counties and municipalities, and this amendment clarifies that they still get that 10% share even with the reduced rate. Mr. President, I urge adoption of this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Not. Question before the Senate is adoption of the Finance Committee amendment as explained by the senior senator from the 15th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the committee amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 4146, relating to credit for reinsurance. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Banking and Insurance moved to amend the bill.
Recognize the senator from Wood County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
This is a strike and insert amendment that corrects citation, formatting, and references, corrects rulemaking language, removes emergency rulemaking authority that is no longer needed, expands the areas for which the insurance commissioner may propose rules for legislative approval, and includes an internal effective date of January 1, 2021 for the changes made by this bill. And Mr. President, I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. Question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as explained by the senator from Wood County. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4217, authorizing the Department of Environmental Protection to promulgate legislative rules.
Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 4437, relating to the West Virginia Pay Card Program. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4466, Certificates of Insurance Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Banking and Insurance moved to amend the bill.
Recognize the senator from Wood County.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to explain the amendments in lieu of having them read, and that all amendments be considered as one.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
These amendments include technical corrections, clarification of the enforcement and penalty provisions, and addition of an internal effective date. These amendments also include two clarifying changes proposed by the senator from Harrison County and adopted in committee, and I urge adoption of the amendments.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4513, increasing the replacement costs required of a person causing injury or death of a game or protected species. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4582, declaring certain claims against agencies of the state to be moral obligations of the state. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4760, modifying video lottery retailer licensing eligibility requirements.
Are there amendments to the bill? Oh, excuse me. Recognize junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Bills on first read. Are there additional bills on second reading?
No, sir.
Bills on first reading.
There are none.
Introduction of guests. Remarks by members of the Senate. Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Remarks? Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to take a few minutes here and have a little bit of discussion with the members here on the reason and what we've done with the IDD waiver. I've got an amendment in the system that will actually add an additional $10 million. And let's get this clarified appropriately. To begin with, there was our budget bill, Senate Bill 150, actually had a $10 million improvement for the IDD waiver. But it was a $10 million reduction from what the governor's budget, which, by the way, the governor's submitted budget to us didn't have a penny to spare. So any improvements that this body passed out, I had to find reductions somewhere else to be able to cover that. By taking the $10 million out of the IDD waiver, it allowed for some of the improvements that we'd done to be able to make it so that our budget worked. Also had, though, a $14 million cushion in this budget also, which is down under $1 million now. And the reason for it is, and I'm certain the former finance chair can relate to this with me, is that you got to be able to have a little bit of leeway when things are moving down the pike and what's going on. But there's more to it than that. And I want to tell a story before, well, let me tell this part of it first. And that is that our intent, or my intent, but it should be ours, is to be able to protect the most vulnerable in our state. And that's the intention of this. The IDD waiver right now services 4,896 people in the state of West Virginia, and it's to the tune of over $300 million when we've got a 4.56 something billion dollar budget. And this comes out on general revenue. You divide that number in there, that means the average person on this program is getting $61,274. But that's not an accurate reflection, because it could be anywhere from $40,000 all the way up to $140,000. One of the concerns that I have on this, and so now it's time for me to do a little storytell. Long before I was ever in the legislature, I'm out working in people's homes, and I get to a good many homes over the years. And like I said, I had no idea I was even going to run for politics at the time. Well, I'd have people moving into West Virginia, and most of the time it's from Maryland, but sometimes Pennsylvania. And they actually told me that, you know, we came to the state of West Virginia because it was more lucrative because they had a special needs person in their household. You know, I didn't think anything of it. Again, I'm looking back in time and factoring this in to it, and I thought, well, oh great, moving to West Virginia. I didn't realize where we were at on this. But they were coming in from out of state, and I probably had at least 5 customers that told me the same story, and they also added to the story that my home in Maryland I sold for, let's say, $500,000, and I was able to come to West Virginia and build a new home for $250,000 and pay half the property tax. On top of it, while pocketing $250,000. So it was a good deal for them to be able to do that. And that lies where I'm coming from on why we take that $10 million out, and I wanted to start a discussion. And it did. I don't mind it. This is a discussion that needs to be had in this state. The first part of the discussion is that right now you can move into this state and get in line for the IDD waiver and There could be somebody that's lived here for 15 years that is in behind them. And, you know, it's been said lots of times in here, West Virginians first. Well, in this situation, I definitely recognize that, Mr. President. I think that that's important that we factor that in. I've also served in the legislature where I've known members that had someone with special needs in their family, and they told me that this program has been, I'm going to try to put it gently, but it's quite easy to manipulate the system. And that is a concern. And that concern we need to get addressed. And I'll get to that in a minute. But we want to make sure that those truly in need are addressed appropriately and that we take care of them. There's no means testing right now and in West Virginia. So you could actually be somebody that is well-to-do and be on the IDD waiver program. And I think that becomes a problem, at least in my mind, when you've got people that are on the wait list and then you have people that are on that program and that may be one of the ones that are getting an extra $140,000 a year. That bothers me because we should, if we're in this together as West Virginians, then we should be looking out for the greater good of all of us. And if you can afford not to be on that program, well, frankly, I don't think that you need to be, but the federal government right now precludes us from being able to do the means testing, is my understanding. So this is an opportunity that we need to get ready and ask for waivers from the federal government on the means testing, and there's some other things as well, because we can't just change them statutorily on what we do. Some of it's got to do with the federal government. Some of it's got to do with the administration side of it as well. And so, you know, I would call on the governor as the executive to get ready and put somebody in place, keeping in mind that we're spending over $300 million a year, and when we spend this extra $20 million this time, that it's base building, it can actually drive up the other Medicaid cost as well, is my understanding. So we need to have somebody, Mr. President, and we can work with the executive to see if we can't get somebody down there that administers and stays and looks for abuse, fraud, neglect, and not just that, but improving the system. Okay, making sure that we can service as many people in West Virginia that have special needs. Mr. President, I also call on you and the Speaker to let's get ready and put together, I don't need a resolution to do that. We don't need a resolution to do this, but to put together an interim committee, a select committee or something, so that we can get and start drilling in and understanding what's going on and making sure that we are using these taxpayers' dollars to the greatest advantage for these special needs people. We need to be able to do that. And that was one of my reasons for holding the $10 million back. I'd said that all along, that I'm happy to be able to go forward and free that up, but I want some confidence that we're going to be taking a look at this, and if we don't put the $10 million in and we hold it back, we can always add it in later. We do supplementals all the time throughout the year, but it makes it so that it brings attention to this issue, making sure that we're running it as efficiently as possible. And there's another aspect to it too. And that is that when you, sort of like the roads to prosperity, how we didn't spend all the money at one time because there wasn't enough contractors out there to be able to do it all at one time. Well, we have a little bit of a problem with that too. And that is that, you know, service providers. There's a shortage of service providers, and when you do that, and I get it, 90% of the service providers, is my understanding, is done inside the family, where a family member is offset for taking care of the special needs child rather than somebody coming in from the outside. But then there's still breaks that are taken. They have to have, just like any of us in here, you have to have some downtime yourself. So there's providers that come in for that as well. I've got the amendment in to be able to do this, but I hope I have the support of this body and the other end of the building, and the president and the speaker and the governor, that we get ready and make sure that we're not creating a wait list that gets longer where out-of-state people move in to get on our wait list because it's easier than what it is in their own surrounding states. And like I said, I can provide a PowerPoint. I don't have it here today. I'm not reading off the numbers, but there's like, I think I heard this right, over 80,000 people in our surrounding states that are on one wait list on one way or another. That's just our surrounding states. And you know, we're a small state. And I want to be able to make sure that the resources that we have, no matter whether it's this issue or any other issue, are being appropriated out in a fashion that we're getting a return on our investment, or we're making sure that that what we are spending it on, that we're getting the services provided that need to be done in this state or for these people. That's something that I'm tracking when I pass, or that's not the right word, when we allocate money out now, then I call people back into the committee, whether and have them give us updates on what's going on, how's things working out. This one needs even more focus on it for being 1/5 of our general revenue budget. So I just wanted to give an update on that. This is never an intent to keep people from receiving services. That's not the point. The point of the matter is that we have finite resources, and I want to make sure that they are stretched to the limit in providing it for the people that do have special needs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further remarks? Recognize the senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. As many of you know, I was trying to get some funding into what would be the equivalent of a public health emergency response fund for the COVID-19 or the coronavirus. As you all have heard a lot in the media, you know, this virus is going to make its way here at some point, and we need to be ready for it. This virus or this emergency would be considered a non-pharmacologic type of an emergency because there's no treatment for it. There's no preventing it. So the public health response has to be one of the old-timey, like the 1918 flu epidemic when we didn't have any treatment. So it has to be one of education, communication, and preparation. And I've spoken with the chairman of finance, spoken with the majority leader, and as of this morning, I found out that there was no money left over, no unappropriated money, because we are trying to put $19.6 million into the IDD waiver, which will bring down $59 million federal dollars to generate $79 million, and will allow 1,060 more West Virginians, including 606 children, to receive the critical services through the IDD waiver program. I will put to you all that even if we have to go to the rainy day fund for $2 million, and this is not a big ask, But I think this $2 million will help us with the planning, statewide down to the public health departments in our counties and regions, to get a response for this. I think it's very important for us. I think that there's not very much, as I understand, of uncommitted money in the governor's office or civil contingency fund. A lot of that money in there has already been promised for other good reasons. But I really think that here in the last couple weeks of the session, and it's because I've learned that we don't really have this fund pumped up or the ability, but I think this is very important for us to appropriate at least $2 million so that we can get ahead of this coronavirus and hope and pray that it doesn't impact us. But folks, the public health officials say that it is going to get here at some point. And so the idea is, how can you prevent its harmful effects? Whether you're trying to socially distance yourself from other people to try to keep the epidemic as less impactful as possible. And again, some of this will involve in buying some equipment for isolation, for our emergency response. So some equipment will be there, some testing. And here's the full reason we need this. There will be a lot of money being pushed out from the federal government. The CDC will be pushing it out, but frequently that is to reimburse the states for what they've already done. We need to do something now. We need a plan now. And so that's why there would have been an amendment, and there will be an amendment tomorrow. And again, where it comes from is not important. It's just that we we get some money even if we have to get in the rainy day fund. I think that's a very important issue. And so we'll be talking about that at our next, when the budget bill's on third with the right to amend.
Thank you. Are the members further remarks? Miscellaneous business. Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pending announcements, I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m.
Are there announcements? Recognize the senator from Brooke County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got several announcements here. 20 minutes following the conclusion of the floor session, your Committee on Children and Families will be meeting in room 208 West. At 2 p.m., your Committee on Education will be meeting in 451M. At 3 p.m., your Committee on Finance will be meeting in 451M, and your Committee on the Judiciary will be meeting in 208 West. For planning purposes, we do have several committees scheduled for tomorrow, and I'll go through these again tomorrow during our floor session in the morning. But your Committee on Economic Development will be meeting at 10 a.m., 208 West. Interstate Cooperation at 11 a.m. and 451 a.m. Military at noon and 208 West. Government Organization in 208 West at 1 p.m., Education at 1 p.m. and 451 M. Your Committee on Finance at 3 p.m. and 451 M, and Judiciary at 3 p.m. and 208 West. And I'll announce those again tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there further announcements? Further announcements? Yes. Gentleman has a point of inquiry.
Yes. I noticed how the Judiciary and Finance was set up last, and if there's bills that are in these other committees that are second referenced, will we be able to get those in time? We won't tomorrow, correct? We'll have to wait till next week to get anything that they report out of their committee. It'd be Monday before we could have access to them. I just wasn't sure, but if we could.
As I understand the gentleman's question, we will, any bills that were referenced to you, to the Finance Committee as a second reference, we will not hear those until Monday.
If I may, The reason I asked that question is because we're trying to keep track of our budget and as we're moving through, and I'm just, the sooner we get them, the better. And I think that there's a couple of them out there, and I was going to ask, well, if we could get a break and come in and read them in and go back, that would be helpful from that standpoint. But if it doesn't work for the clerk's office, and I'm sorry for asking this question at late notice, but I'd rather do that and be wrong and then not do it and have been able to manage that, since we're all going to be here for judiciary and finance.
In response to the gentleman's inquiry, it would be Monday.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Recognize the senator from Wood County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for folks in banking and insurance and pensions, we'll meet, I'll announce this again tomorrow, but we'll meet Monday for B&I at 2 p.m. in room 451M. And then, this is out of order, pensions will be 9 a.m. Monday in 451M, and then B&I 2 p.m. Monday in 451M.
Thank you. Further announcements? Recognize the senator from Upshur County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Natural Resources will meet Monday, March 2nd at 1 p.m. in 208 West. I've examined, I think there's 5 bills and 1 resolution. I didn't find any fat possums.
Further announcements? Recognize the senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Health will meet Monday at 10 a.m. in the finance room.
Just for purposes, we will be meeting several times prior to Monday. So are there other announcements for today? If not, question for the Senate is, shall the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the Senate in recess until 5 p.m. today.